calling to say I
What is up, fight fans? Welcome to MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 328 from New Jersey. Chimaev versus Strickland, the middleweight title on the line. Vaughn versus Taira, the flyweight title on the line as well. A potential 10 rounds of pure electricity from New Jersey, right outside of New York City. The heavyweights, of course, Alexander Volkov and the rising star, Waldo Cortez-Acosta. Sean Brady looking to get back in the win column against Joaquin Buckley. And King Green, don't call him Bobby, taking on the returning heathen, Jeremy Stephens. What up, what up? My name is Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. You know how we do. We've been doing this since the pandemic, and we have been killing it with you, the best fans in the world, right here on MMA Weekly, the largest independently owned MMA website in the world. And I will tell you what, 20 plus years of MMA Weekly. As I'm looking straight at the octagon right now, the main card about to get started from New Jersey. This looks like it could be one of the best UFC fight cards we've seen in a long time. And the question always comes up every single time Khamzat Chimaev gets into the octagon, ever since he burst on the scene during that same pandemic I just talked to you about. And remember when he had those 3 fights in that short amount of time and won all of them? Well, he has been dominant ever since. He's number 3 pound for pound behind Islam Makhachev and Ilia Topuria, who headlines the White House card, Freedom 250, next month against the highlight, Justin Gaethje. Man, oh man, I am pumped to be here. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, at Jim Grease _Gries, at MMA Weekly. Give us a follow on social media. And meanwhile, while you're here on YouTube Live, you gotta hit that sub. You have to hit that bell so you know when we're coming your way with more content, and you want to come on into the chat during the fight. So what we want to do here with Boers and Strickland headlining the main event tonight, we want to know where you are coming to us from. So we're going to do a little roll call. Where you at, WYA tonight? Yeah, that's right, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else in between. We don't want to leave anybody out this day and age, but I'll tell you what, man, let us know where you're from. We'll shout you out. We'll throw good comments up on the screen throughout the night. And every time I think Daniel Cormier can't find an uglier jacket, he never lets me down. This is the worst one I've ever seen DC wear. It looks like spoiled Pepto-Bismol that DC's wearing. So we can always count on him for entertainment. Maybe just go with Rogan and wear the solid shirt, DC. I don't know, but it'll be a lot of fun tonight. Hope you enjoy it here on MMA Weekly. We're here for the duration, and we have got a stacked card for you tonight. As I mentioned, Khamzat Chimaev, Boers, number 3 pound for pound, taking on Sean Strickland, the former champion, right? And Strickland's had some big wins. Boers has had some big wins as well. And when we start taking a look at this fight, man, I am just so pumped. I mean, obviously, Chimaev is 15-0. What he did to Dricus du Plessis was a clinic in wrestling. Du Plessis maybe gave his best performance of his career just to survive Khamzat Chimaev. And yeah, man, this is going to be great to see this fight tonight. Sean Strickland, gas tank for days, wins over guys like Adesanya, the former champion, and Alex Pereira went into camp and sparred with him. He thinks Strickland has an advantage tonight over Chimaev, which could be the gas tank. Strickland has excellent grappling and wrestling, not the same as Chimaev. It's different parts of the world, different skill sets. Strickland's is more defensive. Chimaev is more offensive, but hey, defensive grappling could really help Sean Strickland tonight. Plus, on the feet, who's better? Who knows? But the press conference was entertaining. These guys have sparred together over the years at Extreme Couture in Vegas. And according to who you know, depending on who you listen to, Chimaev got the best of Strickland, subbed him a few times. Strickland got the best of him on the feet a few times. So we never truly know, right? We never, ever truly know. But one thing we do know about this fight is that these two guys are going to get after it. So we'll have much have a meteoric rise last year, taking out Pantoja. Now he's the champ. He's got the target on his back, and Tatsuro Taira will try to take the belt from him tonight. We'll have much more on this fight as it gets closer. Alexander Volkov and Waldo Cortez-Acosta, a really important fight at heavyweight. And let's take a look at the rankings on that one right there. You're talking about number 2 in Volkov and number 4 in Cortez-Acosta. And obviously at flyweight, you're talking about the champion and Vaughn and Tatsuro Taira coming in trying to take that belt from him. He is ranked at number 3, but all kinds of big time fighters on this card. The veterans, King Green and Jeremy Stevens making his return, and Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley. And, Stevens has been making the rounds, doing a little bare knuckle and coming out of, Dominic Cruz and that team out in San Diego. So it's going to be fun to see little Heathen. He's had a ton of UFC fights. He gets back in there. Real quick, they have 7 trillion commercials, so we have time to update you on what happened earlier. How about Jim Miller submitting Jared Gordon? Flash. Submission, guillotine choke. Don't mess with Jim Miller. Shout out to Grant Dawson. He picked up a submission win tonight. Yaroslav Amasov with a win as well. And Ateba Gautier, beautiful TKO over Osman Diaz. Those were the prelims. And then the UFC Fight Pass prelims were Jose Ochoa defeating Clayton Carpenter. Shout out to my boy Clayton. Hasn't been going his way lately. Sursokev beat Santos. Sabatini beat Gomez. And Kopylov defeated Tulio on the card. But man, oh man, gonna be a fun one. We got King Green and Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens gonna kick off the main card in just a minute. And when these two guys get into the octagon, there's gonna be a lot of action tonight. When these two kick off this main card, gonna be fireworks. I always love the first fight of the main card because these guys just feel that electricity, that energy, that fire, that passion. And we got people from all over the world. Scott Peterson, we got people all over the world. And listen, we don't want to hear any shit about Chechens and Strickland and politically correct bullshit. This is UFC fighting, okay? This is not anything other than that. This is UFC fighting. This is 2 men getting into the octagon, 2 women getting into the octagon, each one trying to take what the other one has, each one trying to move up and do the best thing they can for their careers. So all the other stuff that sells fights, the whole buildup, the hatred, the animosity, none of that matters when the horn goes off. And the fighters will be the first ones to tell you that. So let's have some fun in here. You know what I'm saying? And let's not, I know nobody's going to listen to me, but let's not just be douchebags in the chat to each other about political stuff or about race or about religion or any of that crap, because we really don't give a crap about any of that. We care about 2 men or 2 women in the octagon, giving the best they have for us as fans, regardless of where we come from, who we root for, what flag we salute, what God we pray to, or what president we like or don't like. It doesn't matter. What matters is what's happening in the octagon here tonight. Big numbers already to start the show this evening. Really pumped to have you with us. It feels like the excitement is back for a UFC card. And Scott, I don't know if you can hear me or if you can jump in on this, but it's been a while since I've been so excited for a fight card. It's been a while since there's been a buzz like this. And I understand a lot of it comes from the animosity between Strickland and Chimaev. They did their job and then some selling this fight and this fight card. So it ought to be a good night for the UFC. They've been taking a lot of heat lately. Ticket sales have been down. Numbers have been down. The fans have been saying TKO is ruining the UFC and WWE. Whether they are or they aren't is a debate for another day. Right now, we are here to talk about the biggest UFC fight card we have had come our way in quite a while. And it's going to be, getting going in just a moment here. But when you talk about it, and let's talk about the two guys at the top of the card for a minute while we get ready for a little heathen, Jeremy Stephens, who, by the way, is a huge underdog against King Green. Green's a minus 330 to minus 430, depending upon where you get it. Stephens plus 240 to plus 320. Man, oh man, that's going to be a lot of fun to see. But I don't think that one's going the distance. Two knockout artists, right? And it's at a catch weight of 160. And if you remember, Jeremy Stephens, Lil Heathen, not so little right now. He was 135, 145 at times, but mostly 135 in the octagon. And now he's at a $160 with King Green. And who cares if it's at a catch weight? It's not a title fight. It's not a 5-rounder. It's just, who cares? Two guys getting in there and throwing leather against one another. Brady and Buckley, a contrast in styles. That's going to be dope at welterweight. And then Volkov and Cortez-Aosta. Volkov, the well-rounded Russian, he can choke you out. He can beat you on the feet. He's got pterodactyl length. And Waldo Cortez-Aosta has cinder blocks for fists. I can tell you that firsthand. He's never hit me, but I called a bunch of his fights on the way up. Joshua Van, electrifying, energetic, entertaining, one of the best athletes to ever grace the octagon, taking on Tatsuro Taira, who should be able to match him with athleticism. But man, there's a lot of fun here in this fight. And you look at those two guys, they're ripped, they're fast, they're athletic. That fight is going to be a ton of fun as well. But as for the two guys in the main event, we start with Khamzat Chimaev. Boars, you know what I'm saying? He is the number 3 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. He's a freestyle wrestler. He's currently signed to Real American Freestyle as well. Born in the Chechen Republic, moved to Sweden. You know what I mean? Joining his older brother and his mother there, but he wrestled all over the place. And, you know, he competed against Jack Hermanson. Remember him in the UFC a while back in the November of 2021? He won on points, and that's when he first really started getting people's attention. And, man, he is just absolutely incredible. He was 23 when he started training, but 15 fights, 15 wins, 6 knockouts, 6 submissions. So everybody who's talking about Khamzat as just being a wrestler, you got to wake up, man. You didn't see him striking back and forth with Kamaru Usman, maybe his biggest test, or the elite grappling of Gilbert Burns, how he was able to overcome that. I mean, we're talking about a guy, he's won 3 fights by decision. You know, I mean, he literally watched the McGregor-Aldo fight back in 2015, and that's what made him become a fighter. And ironically, he may be defending his belt against Conor McGregor at some point because Conor's saying that this is his division, 185. Of course, Conor said a lot of stuff over the last few years. None of it's come to fruition. He's not on the White House card, but apparently he will be making his return this summer. Of course, Khamzat, incredible in the UFC. His first fight was against John Phillips in July of 2020. He fought twice in July and once in September in 2020. All 3 fights combined. Now, the first one went 112 into the second round on Fight Island, and that was against John Phillips, a Bravo choke from Khamzat. Then he beat Reese McKee by TKO in round 1, also on Fight Island about, what was that? It was 10 days later, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was. And then Mearshart, the knockout on September 19th of 2020 in Vegas. And, you know, this guy is just a beast. You know, Li Jinglan, Gilbert Burns beat him by decision. Kevin Holland, a submission by Bravo. He loves that choke. Majority decision over Kamaru Usman, who kind of gassed him out a little bit. And you want the blueprint on how Strickland can win, you watch that Usman fight. Because, man, Usman could not keep himself on his feet in the first round. But once it became a fight on the feet, Kamaru started tagging him, started winning, and that became a very, very close fight. And remember, this dude has been, you know, back and forth between weight classes in the UFC as well, and he wants to go up. Alex Pereira's at heavyweight. Love to see those two guys fight eventually, but, man, Robert Whittaker, he beat him by the face crank in round 1, and then Dricus du Plessis, 5 rounds, 5 minutes each, 25 minutes of total domination. It was a jail yard assault, and he made Dricus du Plessis his you-know-what in that fight, and Dricus looked unbeatable up until that fight. So Khamzat has been unbelievable in the octagon, but this is to take nothing away from Sean Strickland. Yeah, he's great on the mic. He pisses a lot of people off. Women should be in the kitchen, and trannies should not exist, and all these things coming out of the mouth of Sean Strickland. Guns, violence, whatever, you never know. But at his heart, actually a really solid dude. Everybody at Extreme Couture will tell you what a great teammate he is, how much he loves being a part of a team, and how much of a leader he is. You know, former KOTC middleweight champion, grew up in California with a physically and mentally abusive father. I've personally been hanging out with Sean Strickland, and boxers and fighters and watched him spar heavyweight boxers who are ranked in the top 10. Kubrat Pulev, specifically, when I was rolling around Vegas with Pulev for about 3 months a few years ago. Shout out Kubrat. That's my little big bro, right? So I'll say this. Strickland was in the ring and he had been sparring everybody his size. Kubrat Pulev is the number 9 ranked heavyweight boxer at the time. Strickland's a middleweight, remember. Strickland's like, Pulev, get in here, bro. Let's spar. And Pulev's laughing. And he's like, no. Strickland got his face pounded in for 25 minutes. And all he kept saying was, I'm getting better. I'm getting better. He's just a very different breed. He's got a chin. He's got a gas tank for days. You know, his father was in jail. He had a neo-Nazi phase in high school. Everything you can imagine from Sean Strickland to becoming a world champion. He's got 37 fights, 30 wins, 12 knockouts, 4 submissions, and 14 by decision. Man, oh man, he made his UFC debut a long time ago. Strickland did too. We're talking about UFC 171 against Bubba McDaniel. Won his first 2, lost to Ponzinibbio, lost a unanimous decision to Kamaru Usman in 2017. And man, oh man, Dos Santos beat him. But then the only losses after that have been to Pereira, Cannonier, Dricus du Plessis twice, both by decision, 1 split, 1 unanimous. And then the win over Anthony Hernandez, the TKO on punches. And who could forget the late rally against Paulo Costa to win a split decision, almost knocked him out at the end of the fight. And then Anthony Hernandez felt the wrath of Sean Strickland in Houston back in February, which leads us to tonight, which leads us to right now, little heathen Jeremy Stephens walking back out to the octagon. 13 first-round finishes, tied for the second most knockdowns in UFC history with 18. He has finished 21 of 29 wins, 19 by knockout. He makes his UFC return tonight. Jeremy Stephens, unbelievable, right? Alliance MMA out of San Diego. And he's done everything bare knuckle. You imagine. Now, think about this. He had lost 6 of his last 7 UFC fights and really 8 of his last 9 with a no contest in there. Jose Aldo, Zabit Magomed Shapirov. Yair Rodriguez was a no contest, but then Yair beat him. Calvin Kattar beat him. Mateus Gamrot beat him. Clay Collard beat him. He beat Miles Price. Then Nathan Shelty and Mason Jones beat him. And he was not fighting in the UFC anymore. But this is May of last year. It's not like it's been years since Little Heathen. And his last one was in Des Moines, Iowa, which, by the way, is his hometown. A friend of mine, shout out to Adam Rorta, MMA Power Hour, knew Jeremy Stephens coming up and fought on the same card as him, a smoker back in Iowa. This is the kind of information you get with us here on MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC. The chat, the numbers going crazy. We love you. Smash that bell, hit that like, the subscribe, follow us on social media at MMA Weekly. At Cage Side Grease as well. Who you think's going to win this fight as King Green? Don't call him Bobby. King Green makes his way to the octagon. It's going to be a lot of fun, man, to see this fight. I talked about Jeremy Stephens, Little Heathen. Well, how about Bobby King Green, man? This dude is a pro's pro. 53 fights for King Green. Maybe he has the right to call himself king. 34 wins, 12 by knockout, 9 by submission, 13 by decision, 17 losses. He's been knocked out 6 times and submitted 3 times. We still got the music going. I don't know if you can hear me, Scott, or not. I hope we're rolling because this is fun right now. And we got this going, and the chat is full speed ahead. Really enjoying this here right now. And King Green, obviously a mainstay in the UFC for a long time, man. He's coming off back-to-back wins. He's got the 4th most significant strikes in UFC history, 2024, the 6th highest significant strike rate in lightweight history, 6.62 per minute. So what does that mean? That means bombs are going to be thrown. Bombs are going to be dropped from the jump in this fight. These two are going to come at each other. It's going to be a war, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Bobby Green coming off wins off Lance Gibson Jr. and Daniel Zellhuber. Before that, it was back-to-back L's against Paddy Pimblett and Mauricio Ruffy. Jim Miller, he won that one before that. Man, oh man, he beat Grant Dawson, lost to Jalen Turner. That Drew Dober fight back in 2022. Islam Makhachev, he lost by TKO. And what a career for King Green. He was in King of the Cage as well. But what a way to kick off this main card. And when I think about this fight, 34-17-1 for Bobby King Green. And I don't want to call him Bobby because I don't want to be called Bobby. Would you want to be called Bobby if you could be called King? I'm just saying, right? Stephens 29-22. And again, the odds, as high as minus 430 and as low as minus 330 for Green and Stevens, plus 240 to plus 320, depending upon where you get it. Two old school violent mofos getting in there to throw down. The intro's happening right now. They're also both 39 years old. 5'10 for Green, 5'9 for Stevens. Stevens at 160. He missed weight. He loses 30% of his purse. He's going to be pissed. Green made weight. The reach is even at 71. But here's the thing, all right? Stevens, power, chaos, toughness. King Green, cleaner boxer, better rhythm fighter. A lot of fun there as Buffer makes the intros. We're almost ready for the opening fight on the main card, UFC 328. I'm Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. This is MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 328 right now, wherever you're watching from. Welcome. Smash that sub, hit the bell, and give us a like. Come on in the chat. Have some fun with us as well. People are asking me what I think about this fight. How does each fighter win? Well, I always make my notes, and I'm very prepared on this stuff as Lil Heathen gets introed, making his return to the octagon. If King Green stays disciplined behind the jab, slipping, countering, things like that, using his boxing, doesn't let it become a firefight, that's to his advantage. And Steven turns it ugly, whatever he has to do. Big overhands and hooks for him, right? Big overhands and hooks for Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens. And the old guard opening the card, 78 years combined for these two dudes. How about that? 78 years old, the two of them combined, right? So this is a lot of fun, and I am having a blast, as I always do, man. There's nothing more fun. Every single month I look forward to this. And by the way, we'll be here live next week as well, because Jake Paul's MVP fight card with Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano, Nate Diaz and Mike Perry, and Francis Ngannou, we will have that, and we'll be live for that next week here as well. So you get us back-to-back live. You get me back-to-back weeks here on MMA Weekly. And don't forget to keep checking out all the things that are coming up as well. We're doing a live event, or we're helping with a live event on site for the Freedom 250 card. We'll be live for that one as well. That's going to be so much fun. So I guess the final lines on this fight, minus 385 for Green, plus 290 for Stevens. And Gary Copeland is the referee. Someone needs to get him. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Because I may be doing whatever he's doing very soon here because I'm just telling you. But here we go. We're just about to get started. 105 career MMA fights, the 11th largest total in UFC history for a fight. Stevens out of the blue corner in the blue, Green out of the red in the white trunks. And here they come to the center of the octagon. Green with those hands down, trademark to start the fight, throwing those little front kicks. Got the 2-fight win streak. Stevens 1-8-1 over his last 10 professional bouts and 0-6-1 in the UFC in that span. Stevens can wrestle too, though. I don't want to underestimate that. And in the meantime, by the way, Ruffy and Pimblett on the docket for Green. So he's been fighting the better competition. He's faster. He's more athletic. But, man, I would not bet. If I'm not sure who's going to win this fight, I would not have bet on this one, to be honest with you, with two knockout artists. But the one thing I would definitely bet, and you could cut off my arm if this goes the distance. This thing's going under. That's what I'm saying right now. Someone is going to sleep in this fight. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that I'm seeing right now. To win by KO or TKO, you got plus 255 for Green, plus 370 for Stevens. And then the total rounds, over 2.5 or under 2.5. Over 2.5 is minus 150. Under 2.5 is plus 120. I will take the under right now. And that is legit and for real. And I've given you everything I can to break it down. We'll shift over to the fight right now. Good to see Stevens back in the octagon. Both guys throwing a lot of kicks here early, quick with the jab. King Green lands a kick. Stevens quickly clenches up, pushes him up against the cage. He's not going to want to stay in that striking range of Green and allow him to sit behind that jab and slip and counter and sit behind that jab and slip and counter and roll and counter. The one thing about Green, he's always got his hands down by his sides, man. And against a guy like Stevens, sneaky quick with that left hook in particular, I'm keeping my eye on that. I don't know how you feel about that right now, but Stevens having a hard time closing distance early with Green throwing a lot of kicks, but being very aggressive as we continue here. 3:05 and counting left in round number one of our opening fight on the main card. King Green and Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens, with the numbers exploding right now on MMA Weekly, the way they should be for a card like this. So happy to have you with us as Green lands a right followed by a left hook combo. Another big shot landed by Green, and then a kick. Oh, low blow. Thought it was the midsection, but a low blow. Green didn't do it on purpose. Stop the clock, Scott. Low blow. Stevens gets some time here just in case to see what's going on. And, Stevens having enough trouble closing the distance and all that. And that was a kick that went up into the midsection where the heel hit the you-know-whats of Jeremy Stevens. So it wasn't like on purpose. It was a kick to the midsection where the heel connected to the cup area. And those numbers just keep on flying. We're going to have a big night tonight with you guys here on MMA Weekly. It was definitely not on purpose. It was the side of his foot and the heel. You know what I mean? I don't care if you have a cup on or not. You know how that feels, fellas. We don't need any explanation on that one. And he actually hit the top of his cup with the heel, but the cup can dig in, and that can be, that'll take your breath away real fast, man. That'll take your breath away real quick. The clock is still stopped. He's over a minute now with the official timeout. Seems like he's all right, though. He's moving well. King Green takes the warning and kind of pacing around the octagon. The referee doesn't really seem to have all that much control in there right now. And they're ready. And here they come. Restart 2:45. Hold on, Scott. 43, 42, 41, 40, 39. Go. All right, there we go. So here we go with that clock. King Green with those hands down, dangerous, but he loves to fire that jab from a lower angle. And with those hands down, the punches are coming a little bit of an upward angle. He also loves the teep kick. He'll use the heel stomp. There's all kinds of things that Green will do. Another low blow. And Stevens not stopping on that one. I don't think that one hurt him. Oh, Stevens came in with a big right. Green ducks under it and takes him down. Easy takedown for King Green. Stevens telegraphing a massive right hand. Easy to spot from a mile away, and now he's getting pounded on. King Green up top, raining down hammer fists and left hands, now the right. Stevens working to sit up and avoid these big shots, taking all kinds of punishment here early. Big lefts from Green. Stevens eating blow after blow after blow. And there's still 1:50 left on the clock. Now Green mixing in some elbows. Stevens sideways, prone, up against the cage. Green on top of him, full mount. Elbows, punches, raining down. Unbelievable start for King Green. Stevens really telegraphed that right hand. Almost any UFC fighter would have been able to see that come and duck under it and take him down. That was about as easy as it can be. Oh, but now look out. Stevens working to grab that left arm. Oh, he's got that arm now. He's got an arm lock on him. And that's actually really locked in right now. Oh, man, King Green better circle around. Oh, he did. Stevens with an old-fashioned chicken wing. I love that. You know what I'm saying? But, oh, wow. Green back on top now with full side control. Big elbows to the temple of Jeremy Stevens, who's starting to swell up. Big elbows to both sides and shots, punches. The referee right there. Stevens defending actively. Oh, now he's going to give up his back, though, to defend. And Green looking to sink in the rear naked choke. Oh, he's got it. He's got it tightly locked in. Stevens is done. He taps out. What a win for King Green. Dominating the little Stevens. Need some coconut water after that one. Wow, man, that was awesome. Shooting down Jeremy Stevens. You hear the choppa in the background. Stevens telegraphed a right hand, got taken down, beat up on the ground, couldn't take it anymore, tried to get the submission move, unable to do it, and then bam, bam, bam. King Green flips it around into a rear naked choke, and it was unbelievable by King Green, but that right hand was really telegraphed by Stevens, just really got a little over-aggressive there. You know what I'm saying? Really, and wow, just crazy. Crazy to see Stevens telegraph a right hand like that. I mean, and then to just give up his back and not defend against the choke. It's like, what are you doing, man? Like, what's really going on here? I don't understand from a veteran like him. And a quick tap, too. So King Green with his third straight win. Dominating performance, man. So add little Heathen Stevens to the list, right? Lance Gibson Jr., Daniel Zellhuber, a decision, a TKO, and now a submission. So a 3-fight win streak for Reporters Clock, Producers Jock. They want to be down with the king. King Green with the win. Stevens not there. Where is he? Is he coming in for the decision? No, I guess not. I don't know. We shall see. But that is the 10th submission win for King Green. That puts him in double digits in all three. 12 KOs, 10 submissions, 13 decision wins, 35 overall against 17 losses. But as he continues to win, he's gonna keep doing what he always does. He can keep winning. Then he's gonna get to the higher level. He's gonna lose a couple. He's gonna go back down. Then he's gonna win against he does what a lot of guys do in his position. He beats most guys, and then he loses to the top guys or anyone near the top. So this is a lot of fun already. What a big time fight to start off this card tonight, man. And Stevens just, I can't even begin to tell you, like, you know, like when you go to fight the guy at the bar and he's like even a guy bigger than you and he cocks way back to throw the right hand and you just smile because you're like, dude, you're dead. You're literally dead when you cock back against a person who knows how to fight. That's what it looked like. It looked like the UFC equivalent of a drunk bar fighter telegraphing a right hand from 5 feet away coming at you. And I'm surprised to see Jeremy Stevens do that, man. I'm just really shocked. For Stevens, by the way, that is loss number 23 and his 6th submission loss. They're in there together. Stevens has the gloves off. I don't know what's happening here. Is this a retirement or is he just – it didn't even look like he was really there for this tonight. But he doesn't look happy. He definitely telegraphed that punch, though. Rear naked choke submission for King Green to open up the UFC 328 main card. Official time, 4:20 of round number 1. Is King Green a weed smoker? Does he talk about that? I mean, it's at 4:20. I mean, you have to smoke one after that, right? If you win at 4:20, right? I mean, Billy would tell you this, right, Scott? You gotta go with the flow and that's like cosmic. Those are the angels telling you, hey, 4:20, man, go celebrate, have some fun. And it'll be a lot of fun as King Green talks to Joe and talks about, I'm one of the most exciting guys to ever touch this mat. I'm promising you I'm one of the most exciting to ever do it. Nothing going to change there at 39 years old, peaking again right now. King Green, man, he talked about he didn't get his bonus last time. He wants the bonus right now. I mean, there were 3 submissions on the prelims. There was a guillotine, a rear naked, and an arm triangle. This is another rear naked. There was also a technical submission, a rear naked choke on the early prelims. So it's the 5th submission of the night. Only 1 TKO so far in New Jersey, what the fans came to see. But with Volkov and Acosta and Strickland and Chimaev, that might change. Although I don't know on this card here tonight. But what a nice job by King Green, the former Bobby Green. And man, oh man, he just he says he's Mike Myers. You can't kill me. And there he is on the apron of the octagon, raising his fist to the crowd. Big night for King Green, kicking off the main card here with a win over Little Heathen Jeremy Stevens. All right, turning the corner. Let's not forget we're back here next week. Jake Paul's MVP Promotions with a big fight card. Look at Cam Scatabo and Jackson Dart in the crowd, man. Scatabo, the former ASU star, Jackson Dart, Ole Miss, the New York Giants, young blood. Dricus Duplessis in the mix. Bo Nickel, he's going to be on that White House card. Going to be fun to see him rep the US of A. I don't know who this musician is that they're showing. Maybe showing my age a little bit here. Georges St. Pierre in the house. GSP, a legend of the sport. Gotta love that. Anytime, there's the Paramount stars, Cole Hauser, Dutton Ranch. Like, we didn't know Dutton Ranch was coming on Paramount. Like, thanks. We have to see him in the crowd, too. I feel like I'm bitching about this every show. Maybe I should just stop. I don't know. As we await the arrivals of Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease here on MMA Weekly, at Jim Grease _ at MMA Weekly. Of course, hit that button. Give us a sub. We're the best live fight companion show in the business. We give you everything that's happening in the octagon from our perspective and our standpoint. And we got a combined, we don't even want to tell you how many years combined we have doing this shit because we don't want you to know how old we actually are. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe not as old as Cole Hauser and all those grays in his beard. But we know Dutton Ranch is coming. We know U.S. Marshals or whatever the show, Marshals, is on. But we have one fight through, and we are headed toward the main event coming your way in just 3 more fights. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. While we have a break in the action, why don't you guys tell me who you think is going to win tonight? Who do you have, when, and how? Who do you have winning? When and how? Do you have Khamzat Chimaev remaining undefeated and keeping his belt? Do you have Sean Strickland hearing the words and Nguyen becoming a multiple-time champion? Do you have Van or do you have Taira? Do you have Volkov? Do you have Acosta? Which fight are you looking forward to the most? It could be Brady and Buckley. What are you looking forward to the most tonight? What do you think is going to happen? When and how? Let's have it. You guys are one of the best audiences in the world. We know how much you know about fighting. So let's hear it. Let's hear it. All right. UFC 328 in Jersey. Get some pizza reviews going on out there, man. Get some of that Jersey pizza, that New York City pizza. Better to be in Jersey than New York City right about now, I would say that. But fun at MSG too, and in Brooklyn. Where Brooklyn at? So I'm excited about all this. I really am. There's a lot of really cool things happening right now, and I can't wait for this next fight, actually. I mean, I am really, you know what I mean? Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley will break it down as the fight gets closer and as they're making their walks, but it's a lot of fun when you have contrasting style. This is a really good card, by the way, too. Really, really good card. And so Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley, and it was a tough time last time out for Brady. You remember that one if you've been with us on every show. Brady, of course, a wrestler, trains with Joe Pyfer, Pennsylvania kid. Everybody from Pennsylvania loves to fight. He's from Renzo Gracie, Philly, Semper Fi MMA, formerly, right? He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He's a really good grappler. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking forward to seeing this fight. Coming off a loss against Michael Morales, that brutal TKO at UFC 322 in New York City, right across the river, if you can call it a river. But before that, he had wins over Kelvin Gastelum, Gilbert Burns, and Leon Edwards back-to-back. You know what I'm saying? And a loss before that to Bilal Muhammad, who, of course, had become a champion. So it's exciting to see. You know, he's fought Chiesa and beaten him. So he's got some good wins on his resume, speaking of Brady, but coming off a tough loss against Michael Morales. And then Joaquin Buckley, obviously, coming off a loss to Kamaru Usman in June of last year. Unanimous decision. But before that, a 6-fight win streak. Fialho, Morono, Luque, Ruzboev, Stephen Thompson, and some guy named Colby Covington. You might have heard of him, right? Before that win streak, he had lost back-to-back against Nasruddin Imavov and Chris Curtis. So this one's going to be a fun fight as well when you start thinking about Brady and the jiu-jitsu, but he likes to strike as well and didn't do so well against Morales with that. But then Joaquin Buckley, you know, this dude is one of those guys. He's got 15 knockouts in his 21 wins. And that's something you really got to watch in this fight tonight. Meanwhile, Brady has 18 wins and only 3 knockouts, but 6 submissions and 9 wins by decision. Of course, working our way up toward the co-main and the main. You got Volkov and Cortez-Aosta next, 2 top 4 heavyweights looking for a great opportunity to jump up toward the top with Pereira taking on Cyril Gane. How the hell does Cyril Gane get on the White House card? That eye-poking cheater who got just literally molested by John Jones in the octagon. And I mean, a lot of people have, but I just don't understand that one. I really did not want to see him. And Dana White always doubling and tripling down on Jones being unreliable, but it should be Jones against Pereira on the White House card. But somehow Gane lucks his way in there. But anyway, Volkov and Cortez-Aosta really have a chance to put themselves in great position, either guy with a win tonight. And Cortez-Aosta has a little trouble at times with the gas tank. He's had a couple of wins where he's snatched victory from the jaws of defeat all the way up to number 4, 1 spot above Josh Hokett, who will fight Derek Lewis, number 9, on the White House card, per the personal request of Donald Trump. And Hokett was an ass at the press conference. I don't even know what that, I mean, he's taking it to a whole nother level, doing whatever he thinks he can do. And of course, in between Volkov and Cortez-Aosta, Sergey Pavlovich, and then Cyril Gane is above him there. And Tom Aspinall, the champion, who knows what's happening with him with the eyes and the eye pokes and all that stuff. So we're getting ready for the next fight in just a moment. They take 75 hours between fights now. It used to be pretty quick and fast moving and well produced, and now it's just choppy and all over the place and takes forever. But that's what happens when you get more shareholders and more sponsors and partners. And, you know, we can't hate on the UFC. For them to have reached the heights they have is pretty awesome. You know what I mean? So here comes Sean Brady making his way to the octagon to take on Joaquin Buckley. Oh, wait, never mind. Not quite yet. Never mind. My bad. We've got to wait a few more minutes for something here. But let's see. Are they? Oh, they're inducting Chris Weidman into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, baby. Shout out to my boy Weidman. I love Weidman. When I did the first ever UFC radio show on a major sports station in America in Phoenix on Arizona Sports 98.7 in 2011 and 12 with Ryan Bader and Aaron Simpson, a couple of their teammates, Robbie Lawler, CB Dollaway, and some guy named Chris Weidman. You might have heard of him. And as we were all hanging out and having fun together over those years, and some of the best years I've had in this sport and in my career, that was right in the midst of when Weidman shocked the world and beat Anderson Silva at UFC 162 with that left hook. And then Silva snapped his leg after that. So Weidman didn't have the best run as a champion. He lost the belt to Luke Rockhold, lost some really tough fights, had some really bad luck, a terrible injury, but unbelievable, man. But Anderson Silva, when Chris Weidman beat him, was largely thought to be unbeatable. That was Anderson was always toying with dudes. He toyed with Weidman one too many times. But even before that, Weidman was winning the fight in the first round with his wrestling, won it in the second. But the left hook heard round the world. They just showed it right now. He pounds out the spider, and the young kid from Long Island became champ. We all celebrated that night. I remember it like it was yesterday. Well, the first part of it. I don't remember the end of the night, man. But Chris Weidman, great dude, great commentator now, was a tremendous wrestler and a champion in the octagon. And he will go into the Hall of Fame. Kelvin Gastelum, another one of my good buddies, and Israel Adesanya, their fight goes in this year. And the All-American. I can't wait. I'll be all over Vegas for International Fight Week. We will with MMA Weekly. And now that Weidman's going in the Hall of Fame with KG, I got to be there for this, man. And to see Weidman snap his leg the same way Silva did, it's crazy. The injuries killed Chris Weidman, the All-American, but he's had a great life. He took his money to South Carolina, is raising his family. He's doing great for himself, but the fight against Uriah Hall where his leg snapped, and you see that. He came back after that and won a fight. So, man, to see him carried out on a stretcher one more time, it reminds you of the brutality of this sport at times with the All-American and the gruesome rehab that he had to go through and his kids and his wife. And, every time I've hung out with Chris, every time I've interviewed him, every time I've talked to him, nothing but class. Last time I saw him in person was at International Fight Week 4 years ago. Doesn't seem possible, but Weidman in the crowd getting a little teary-eyed. Man, I don't care. I'll clap. We're not supposed to clap, and I am not media, but I will clap for Chris Weidman making Hall of Fame because he epitomizes what it is to be All-American. A nickname well-earned, well-deserved by Chris. It was because he was an All-American wrestler, but since then, an All-American in so many ways, defining the grit, the fortitude, the never say die attitude of what every real American should be, right? Every man should be and could take lessons and notes from Chris Weidman, man. And I can't say enough about the All-American. I mean, teammates with guys like Aljamain Sterling and, Ali Quinta and guys like that out of Long Island is the brother-in-law of the Wonder Boy, Stephen Thompson. And all those guys are raving superlatives about Weidman right now. And I can remember, and this is one thing, and Weidman was an 85er, Bader was a 205er, but Weidman, the UFC middleweight champ from 13 to 15, 4 title fight wins, third in middleweight history, 43 takedowns in his career, second in UFC middleweight history, getting a standing ovation right now in the crowd, sitting next to Poirier, getting a hug from Daniel Cormier, who thankfully took off that spoiled Pepto-Bismol, the rancid Pepto-Bismol jacket. And nice to see Poirier's always rocking the Robert Graham too, by the way, like me with the Maseu. You gotta enjoy that. But the All-American getting his flowers right now. He's from Long Island. They're in Jersey. And this is where the UFC always gets it right when they do stuff like this. So Chris Weidman going into the Hall of Fame in the modern era wing. He'll be inducted at International Fight Week. That fight card, of course, will be July 11th. Aljo running around to hug his teammate. And what a night for Chris Weidman. So pumped for him. And man, I can't wait for this next fight. But it reminds me too of how fast time flies. I remember Weidman's UFC debut like it was yesterday, man. And now here he is just going into the Hall of Fame. It doesn't seem possible. It really doesn't. I mean, it just goes by so fast and you blink and it's gone. But the All-American is now the Hall of Famer, Chris Weidman. How about that? Props to Chris Weidman. How about some Chris Weidman memories in the chat? Anybody? We got a lot of people saying Strickland is going to win too, by the way, tonight. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Two-time NJCAA All-American, two-time Division I All-American wrestler, middleweight champion, Matt Serra, Ray Longo. Those guys are, Mark Henry, those guys are nuts in and of their own right. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of fun. And they're doing the backstage interview thing, which I've never liked. Who cares if they're interviewing a coach backstage before the fight? I don't think it adds anything at all. I've always thought Dana was against it, but we shall see. But Weidman's last fight was a loss against Eric Anders. He beat Bruno Silva before that. Before that, he lost to Tavares and Uriah Hall when he snapped his leg. And that was after a comeback from another gruesome injury before that. But the loss to Rockhold in December of 2015 in Vegas at UFC 194. But before that, man, that run that he went on. And who could ever forget, you know, the first time that I thought, man, he could be really dominant is when he won the unanimous decision over Damian Maia, who was great at jiu-jitsu. And that was in 2012. But then the KO, the elbows and punches when he beat Mark Munoz, you remember that one. Munoz was a title contender at the time. That was on Fuel. That's how long ago that was, in 2012. But Silva, KO, Silva, TKO. Lyoto Machida headlining International Fight Week in 2014, a 5-round war decision over Lyoto where he outstruck the incredible striker Lyoto Machida, and then he TKO'd Vitor Belfort. But then it was Rockhold, Yoel Romero, and Gegard Mousasi. He was winning all 3 of those fights, ended up losing them. A win over Kelvin Gastelum, and then a loss to Jacare Souza, and a loss to Dominic Reyes. And Chris Weidman was on the wrong side of his career by that point. But the 2011 Newcomer of the Year, what a career for the All-American. All right, we're going to get back to the fights, hopefully, in just a moment as the audience surges here on the stream. MMA Weekly, live coverage, UFC 328 from New Jersey. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. We are live for every major UFC numbered event. And, of course, Jake Paul next week with the MVP, Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano. Yeah, I mean, you want to see that fight. You would have loved to have seen it years ago, but hell yeah, I'm going to be loving that next week. Hopefully you'll be back here with us. We got Ngannou on that card. We've got Mike Perry and Nate Diaz. Violence, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking like 2001 Eminem when I think of these guys. Chainsaw got his brains all splat. You know what I mean? That's the kind of fight that's going to be with Perry and Diaz. And of course, here tonight, we still have 4 fights remaining on this card. We're 50 minutes in to the main card, and we've had 1 fight that lasted, you know what I mean? Not even into the second round. So 4:20 of the first round, King Green, a submission, rear naked choke over Jeremy Stevens, who telegraphed a right hand, came in too strong with it, got taken down, beaten up, flipped over, gave up his back. Boom. Doc say it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And that was it for Jeremy Stevens. Sean Brady and Joaquin Buckley, grappler against punishing knockout artist, coming up next. Obviously, Brady's going to want to take it to the ground. If he's smart, he will, after what happened against Michael Morales when he tried to stand and trade with him. And then Buckley's going to want to throw bombs, sit behind the jab, be smart, use counters, stuff the takedowns, look for clean shots on the way in and way out from the takedown attempts. And there you have it. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully they'll start making the walk soon, because if I'm one of these fighters and I'm sitting back there all this time, I'm trying not to cool off, and I'm going, what are these guys doing? It's like a baseball game before they put in the rules with the pitch clock and limiting the timeouts. So we'll have to see if this fight ever starts. But Brady 18-2, man. And to show you how brutal this sport can be, right? Brady, at not that long ago, was an undefeated rising star after the wins over Matthews and Chiesa. Bilal Muhammad beat him on October 22nd of 2022. Kelvin Gastelum, he beat by Kimura. Gilbert Burns by unanimous decision. Leon Edwards by guillotine choke. And that's Brady's game. Against Michael Morales, though, he tried to stand and trade and got brutally TKO'd in the first round as Buckley makes the walk first. Joaquin Buckley, born and raised in You Can Find Me in St. Louis. His mother died when he was in 6th grade, started wrestling in high school, and just took it all the way, man. Shamrock FC, Bellator, LFA, and he has been in the UFC for a while now, man. A solid veteran since August of 2020 when he lost to Kevin Holland. You remember that fight, right? And then he beat Impa Kansagane with the spinning back kick. Do you remember that one? One of the greatest knockouts in UFC history. But a lot of them would come from there. And he's lost to Imavov and Curtis and Usman last time out, but he's won 6 of his last 7. The one that he lost was his last fight, the unanimous decision to Kamaru. But before that, he had won 6 fights in a row, 4 by KO or TKO. He's got the highest significant strike defense among active welterweights. He's got the most knockouts since 2020 in the UFC with 8. He's tied there. So obviously he's looking to knock people out. He's a bonus machine, and we have not had but 1 knockout on this card tonight. Gautier and Diaz in the headliner of the prelim. It was more of a grazing shot, not really a highlight reel knockout. So that knockout of the night is wide open right now, and don't think that's not going through the mind of Joaquin Buckley, who is at plus 135 to plus 142, depending upon how you look at it, where you find it, rather. And Brady, who's ranked number 8, by the way, Buckley ranked number 4, is minus 160 to minus 170 for this fight. And when I look at Buckley getting ready to go into the octagon, it's going to be interesting to see, because to win by KO, TKO is off the board. And that's where I would have put the money on this fight. So I guess the final line is Brady plus 195 and Buckley, who just stepped into the octagon, at minus 240. Want to remind you, smash the like, hit the bell, and the subscribe here on MMA Weekly. If you're enjoying the commentary, we do take super chats as well. We're super freaks, super chats, and we're having fun here tonight as Brady starts to make his way. Does not want to get into a firefight with Buckley. Wants to take him down, wants to submit him like he had done so many times in his career, and does not want to have a repeat of what just happened against Michael Morales. He's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Daniel Gracie out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Everyone from Philly is bent. They all love to fight. I went to college with kids from Pennsylvania and Jersey, and all they wanted to do was fight. Every time you get in a fight, it would be with someone from one of those 2 places, like literally every single time. He's got 18 wins in 20 fights, only 3 knockouts, 6 wins by submission. And again, coming off the loss to Morales, he's got the 4th highest takedown rate among active UFC welterweights with over 3.5 per 15. He's got the 6th highest significant strike accuracy in UFC welterweight history, 55.2%. And that's where the fool's gold came in for him in the Morales fight. You start thinking you're an elite striker, and a lot of that has to do with the threat of your grappling, of your takedowns. And so to use the threat of the grappling and the takedowns and not to rely on sitting back there, kind of like Justin Gaethje talking about going back to his wrestling a little bit for Taporia and not just trying to stand like he usually does. So there's a lot to that with, regardless of what his rates are and what that says, that doesn't mean he wants to stand there and trade with strikers like Buckley and Morales. And I hope he learned his lesson for his sake, right? And I think there'll be some risky moments for him early in this fight. But the longer Brady survives, as usually is the case with a grappler versus a striker, then the more chance he has of getting those takedowns, working for the submission, even using the counters with the striking. And that's where the accuracy comes from, right? You're worried about his takedowns. It's going to be a lot easier for him to hit you. When he's feinting, when he's working actively for the takedowns, and you have to actively defend and keep putting those hands down, that increases the accuracy of the striking, right? You don't have to be a brain surgeon to know that. Even me with my University of Miami degree, shout out Hurricanes. Even I know that. All right, guys, who do you have in this fight? Who do you have in this fight? We got a lot of people think Khamzat. Khamzat. Well, he is dangerous. Khamzat. But yeah, 33 years of age for Brady, 32 for Buckley. Buckley's got a 4-inch reach. Other than that, the height's the same, 5'10", the weight's the same, 170. But a 4-inch reach for Buckley. And for a knockout artist, 4 inches is a long way to hit you on the end of that punch where you can't reach him, but he can reach you. So Brady's going to want to close that distance, fight in a phone booth, avoid the big shots early, and get to work on the gas tank. Push him up against the cage. Take him down. Beat him up a little bit on the ground. I see some Buckley in there. I see a little bit of Buckley, but mostly I see Brady. Here's the story. A boy named Brady. All right, so let's see. He's a minus 230 favorite. Final odds, Joaquin Buckley. From the US of A, of course. St. Louis, to be exact. Brady from Philly. Some pretty good fan bases, St. Louis and Philly, right? Huge stakes at welterweight. Brady, grappling and control specialist, and Buckley, the athlete, the power, the speed, the confidence. He thinks he's a win from being in title contention. Brady plus 190, by the way. He's got the 4-inch disadvantage in terms of reach. So if Brady, just like I said, can get the early clinches, can get Buckley going backward and fighting off his back foot, chain some takedowns, make it a grind, and then Buckley, of course, keeping the space, punishing. He goes for takedowns and make him pay every time he shoots, look for knees, turns it into a speed and power fight. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens here. Can Brady slow the explosion? Keith Peterson, the referee, or can Buckley turn this into another statement? After this, it's Volkov and Cortez-Aosta, Vaughn and Taira, and Strickland challenging Khamzat Chimaev. We're just about ready for fight number 2, 58 minutes after the start of the main card, and a 4-minute, 20-second fight in round 1 in the first fight. But here they come nonetheless. Start the clock. Red corner, red trunks for Brady. Blue corner, white trunks for Buckley. Both of them looking very quick and fast in the opening here. Quick hands, quick feet, and they are elite athletes. There is no doubt about that as they keep it moving right here at welterweight. I mean, think about it. 170, you got it all. You got the power, you got the speed, you got the explosiveness, you got the athleticism between these two guys, and a lot of movement from Brady early on. Very smart to stay out of the range of the knockout machine, Joaquin Buckley. He's going to want to shoot quickly and get him on the ground as fast as he can, especially before they get slippery, and it's easier to brush you off or to get up from a takedown. So he's going to be looking for takedowns here sooner rather than later. Although we're almost at a minute into the first round. There he goes, pushes him up against the cage, just like I said. Went for that clinch and then shot down for a double leg, repelled right away by Buckley in the center of the octagon. Brady shoots again, stuffed by Buckley again. 0 for 2 on takedowns for Brady, who lands a nice left hook, but rolling underneath it to make it a grazing shot was Buckley. He's switching stances, switching styles. He's in the southpaw stance right now. Southpaw against orthodox right now. Now the pace has slowed a little bit. You could never keep the pace they had up for an entire round even. But I like the way Buckley is able to use that athleticism to crouch down a little bit, get the bend in the knees. And that's kind of hard to read, right? And you want to get on different levels. That's the key. You don't want to ever stay on the same level as your opponent on any level, in any capacity. Buckley misses with a knee and gets taken down by Brady. First mental mistake of the fight made by either fighter, and Brady drags him across the octagon, and now Buckley up against the cage, lying sideways, and on top of him is Brady. He doesn't have full mount or side control or anything. His right leg is under the right leg of Buckley, who wants to keep that there and does not want to let him pull that leg out to get side control. That would not be a good idea against a grappler like Brady. You remember, you're talking about Sean Brady. You're talking about one of the best grapplers in the UFC, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, a Gracie black belt with 6 submission wins out of his 18. And he's trying to soften him up a little bit now with some body blows, a little elbow to the midsection there. And Brady, of course, covered almost head to toe in tattoos. The first big opportunity belongs to him as he postures up and throws some quick shots at the head of Buckley. We got 2:13 left in round number 1. The clock's dead on, Scott. Nice job. MMA Weekly's live coverage, UFC 328. Brady continuing to hit Buckley from up top. No real big shots yet, just kind of peppering him. But he is full mount now. He's got both. Yeah, he's got Buckley flat on his back, and he's got both knees on the ground. Now Buckley trying to turn sideways. Big shots from Brady. Buckley's in big, big trouble here. This could be quick work for Sean Brady. I'd expect to see him. He's got full mount now. Up against the cage trying to get away is Buckley. He eats left hook, right hook, left hook, big shots. And a grappler like Brady, he's not letting him up. He's not even trying subs. He's just hitting them and hitting them. Now rabbit punches coming down. The hammers. And then Buckley just trying to stay alive with the elbows over the face. And now Brady looking to smother him and get that arm around him and work for a choke and looking for side control. 1:15 left in the round. What a fight so far for Sean Brady, coming off the loss by TKO to Michael Morales that, man, he got just crushed in that fight. He's working on the right arm now of Buckley. Always looking for it. Now, remember, a black belt in jiu-jitsu, right? He's got a million ways to beat you on the ground. And so far, so good for Buckley. He's got to survive another 50 seconds, though. Brady working on that arm still. Oh, man. Nope. Buckley not letting him have it. Trying for Kimura. 1 of 3 on takedowns, 55 ground strikes, and 240 plus of control time for Brady. 20 seconds left in the round, though. Looks like Buckley could survive. Big boost for him. Did not look like it, but a dominant round for Sean Brady in round number 1. 10 seconds left in the round. He's got side control now, looking to sweep, but Buckley holding him off. 3, 2, and round number 1 comes to a close. A dominant Sean Brady round. Exactly what he was hoping to do, and it came off a kick from Buckley. He's throwing kicks, he's throwing knees from distance. It just was a simple leg kick, man, with his left foot. And all that Brady needed was that little glimpse of that leg, and he caught it, took him down, and held him there for the rest of the round and dished out a ton of punishment on the ground. What are you guys thinking of this fight so far? You enjoying this one as much as I am? Buckley his corner's talking about keeping distance, and that's a big thing for him. So we'll see. Round 2 about to start here. For Buckley to get back in this fight, he's going to have to look and stay at distance and maybe not throw the kicks, man. You know what I mean? He looks great and dynamic and explosive against strikers, but not as effective when the grapplers can close the distance and crowd him. That's been the MO. And Brady probably better right now at this stage of his career than Usman, Covington, guys like that. Similar fighters. Start round number 2. Let's go. Oh, Brady misses with a head kick and a spinning elbow. He threw a head kick spinning elbow combo coming out to start round 2. Buckley throwing big hooks and bombs. Brady ducking under. Brady looks fast, man. He looks really quick in there. Throwing bombs quickly back up against the cage, taking the back of Buckley. Buckley going for a ride. He goes down. He's on one knee. Brady has his back, and now he flips him over, and he dumps him right back where he had him at the end of round number 1. Although this time right in the center of the octagon. No fence to help out Buckley here. And side control for Brady right now. Dominant round. Almost a 10-8. Was a 10-9, though, in round number 1 for Brady. But now he's got side control. 4:13 left in the round. He's got him exactly where he wanted. Buckley survived round number 1. That's about it. Will he survive round 2? Brady laying across him in side control. He's got that right arm trapped. Remember, he loves the Kimura, black belt in jiu-jitsu. And he's throwing backward elbows into the head and the side of the face of Buckley. And now he's got that arm wrapped around the head. Not really working for a choke here. Posturing up, looking to rain down some blows. Brady's all-around game. And, he's got him exactly where he wants him right now. Laying across the top. He's got his leg in between the legs of Buckley. And now he's got full mount. We're talking 3:30 left in the middle of the octagon. Full mount for Sean Brady. And he's just laying on Buckley. And he's got that left arm wrapped around and underneath his head. And he's got the right arm throwing punches. And this is a bad spot for Joaquin Buckley. About as bad a spot as you could have imagined him being in heading into this fight. And he's just getting tagged over and over again. Not big damaging blows, but scoring and scoring and scoring is Sean Brady. And he can choose to turn it up, posture up anytime he wants. He's got the option for the Kimura. He's got the option for the choke. Could work for a Darce from this situation. All kinds of things Brady could do. Buckley shaking those legs, trying to get free, and he does. Stands up. Right back into a double goes Brady, but Buckley on his feet with 2:44 left. He's in that crouch stance, throwing those combos. Big knee from Buckley leads right into another takedown from Brady, and an easy one at that, another easy takedown. Now Buckley back up against the fence, and that's 3 takedowns in a row for Brady, who's got it already over 5 minutes of control time on the ground. Tough spot to be in right now and Joaquin Buckley. This is just brutal. It's brutal for him. You know, he hasn't had many fights like this, but, when he has lost, there's a lot of things that have happened there, right? And it's guys like Kamaru taking him down. But now Brady's postured up. He's got the full mount. Buckley is backed up against the fence with his back arched and his head against the fence. And just eating shot after shot after shot from 6th-ranked Sean Brady. Number 4 is in big trouble here in round 2. Our second fight of the evening after King Green submitted Jeremy Stevens at 420 of round number 1. And now Brady is postured up. Big hammer fist coming down all over Joaquin Buckley. Not all of them are landing. Keith Peterson's right there. Still actively defending, still fine is Buckley, but he is taking a beating and a lot of punishment. His gas tank better be really good because he's expending a ton of energy, but so is Brady. So is Brady. Neither one of these guys is going to have a problem with the cardio, I wouldn't think. Man, he's got 80 significant ground strikes, does Brady, and counting. And his previous high was 31. And he just continues to dominate. And what's going to happen here is Buckley's going to try to get away. He's going to roll over, give up his back, and get choked out. He's got to be really careful against a world-class jiu-jitsu artist. And Sean Brady, boy, what a way to come back out after that awful loss to Morales and get yourself back on that train. A dominating performance by Brady, looking so good tonight. So good so far. And Buckley's 9, not 4, by the way. I read the number wrong. But elbows now from Brady. Big elbows and punches. Right elbows and left punches. And Buckley looking to get out. He does not want to give up his back here. He every time he gets close to turning sideways, he thinks better of it and goes right back to bottom and being full mounted and pummeled. 15 seconds left to survive the round. Brady's got over 7 minutes and 20 seconds of ground control time in the 2 rounds. As we head toward the end of round number 2 between Brady and Buckley. Buckley's going to make it to round number 3, but that might be a 10-8 round. That might actually really be a 10-8 round. That's about as dominating of a performance inside of a round as you're going to see in the octagon. I mean, just took him down, held him there the whole time, pummeled him. Buckley's face starting to get a little swollen, his lips bleeding. Wow, Sean Brady looking like a nightmare tonight. Looking like a nightmare tonight. He hasn't had any kinds of problems with the explosiveness of Buckley. And remember, Buckley got up about halfway through the round, and then Brady put him right back down. Buckley, every time he's throwing a kick or a knee, But Brady, 150 total strikes. He's attempted 228, 66% accuracy. Buckley, the striker in this fight, is 12 for 33 with strikes. So it'll be interesting to see if that was a 10-8 round. Because if it was a 10-8 round and the first one was 10-9, then Buckley, the best he could do here, even by winning this round, unless he wins a 10-8 round, would be a draw. Man, this is fun. He just winked at Brady. Here they come. Start the clock. Round number 3. Brady dominating Buckley here. And Brady is 97 of 164 with striking. Significant strikes. 5 of 23 for Buckley, who's now starting to reach a little bit and lunge with the jab and throwing the right behind it. And then when he came and he overcommitted with the right, what did Brady do? Kicked him in the leg. What a savage Sean Brady is. Waited for that leg to come through on the follow-through from the punch. And as he was following through, hit that leg. Now Brady shoots for a single, misses it, ducks under a hook. Brady in for a single leg again. Now working for a double, and he dumps him down up against the cage again. And you could hear, or not hear, but you could see the lips of Buckley saying a word that I can't repeat right now. But Brady has landed 4+ takedowns in 6 UFC fights. Elite grappling from Brady. Kind of what you want to see from Khamzat Chimaev, right? Or what Chimaev wants to do tonight against Sean Strickland. And we'll see if he can, like he did against Duplessis. Could be another ho-hum boring win for Khamzat. But there could be fireworks in that fight as well. And Brady laying all over Buckley right now. Brady's got this fight in the bag. I mean, Buckley's shown, and he did get up once, though. I will say that in his defense. The welterweight matchup, number 6 and number 9. Brady coming off the bad loss to Morales by TKO. He is making up for it now. He's got Buckley flat on his back, and he just keeps tagging him with rights. He's got the left over and around and under the head, tagging him with rights. By the way, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. It's Mother's Day tomorrow in the U.S., so happy Mother's Day. Going to be a lot of fun for the moms tomorrow, that's for sure. Brady now has got full mount again. This is the third straight round where he's gotten full mount on Buckley. And he's laying all over him up against the cage. Buckley sideways, almost pressed up against it. Crazy, right? Literally insane. Brady's still raining down blows on Buckley. Still flat on his back. Doesn't have the full mount anymore. He's got the right leg stuck in the middle of the two legs, so he doesn't have full side control either. Man, this is fun. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Now he's postured up and he's got full mount. 183 significant strikes and counting, 20 plus more than his career high in the octagon before tonight. And he's doing the same thing he's done the whole fight. He's got about, you see there, 206, 205 left in the fight and the round, of course. And he's got that full mount, just chest to chest, keeping Buckley on the ground, looking to slide over to side control, but Buckley's got that leg trapped in the middle of his two legs. Hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 328. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Scott Peterson on the other side. We got at MMA Weekly. Big shots with the left from Brady. Oh, he's going to give up his back, isn't he? He's close to giving up his back. Oh, and he thinks better of it and rolls back over. But man, he's got 10:25 and counting of ground control time, personal best at 10:14. Brady's second, setting all kinds of PRs in this fight. One of the most dominating performances we've seen in a long time inside the octagon. No chance for Buckley. Brady's been all over him from the second. You ever watch Animal Planet and you watch those constricting snakes, the pythons, the anacondas? That's Brady in this fight. Just taking him down, smothering him, not letting him up. The strength, now elbows and punches and more elbows and punches. Looking for the finish. That's the only thing missing for Brady in this fight right now, and here he comes looking for it. Lefts and rights and rights and lefts, and Buckley struggling to hold on for dear life amid the onslaught of Sean Brady. Career highs in ground control time and significant strikes landed by far for Sean Brady. What a performance for Brady here tonight. 81 total strikes in this round, 89 in round 2, 61 in round 1. He's going to pass that 89 number right now. 20 seconds left in this fight. Man, oh man, Brady with a clinic. 13 seconds left. No way for Buckley to spin out. Still with full mount. Still raining down blow after blow after blow. 5 seconds left for Buckley to survive. Brady turning it on. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Sean Brady. Controlled violence, man. What a performance by Brady. Safe to say he learned his lesson from the Morales fight, guys. Takedown first, striking next for Brady. Standing and trading against Morales got him nowhere, but he is back into the win column for sure after this performance, man. What a job by Brady. We don't have the official numbers yet, but we'll get him in a moment. But he missed on his first 2 takedowns and not after that. Held him down, so much ground control time, hit him with a ton of shots and significant strikes, personal records for ground control time. Ground control to Major Tom. Perfect for Sean Brady. I guarantee you the way that his head coach drew up that game plan is exactly how he carried it out. And I think that was awesome by Brady. One of the best performances I've seen, most dominant in a long time. Almost looked a little bit like Khamzat and Duplessis or Islam and Della Maddalena, who just got taken out again. What a performance, by the way, that was. But, you know, he's a Daniel Gracie guy. He trains with Rami Ibrahim, striking-wise. Jonavine Webb, his head coach. Julio Rosario. Oh, Sugar Shane Mosley Jr. against Bohachuk coming up on Zuffa Boxing. Go Dana. I like Mosley Jr. I called some fights with him in Vegas. Roy Jones Jr. Boxing. Shout out to the GOAT, Roy Jones Jr. Man, Buckley's a tank, too. That physique is crazy. But Brady, no joke, man. What a performance by Sean Brady. Let's get the official word here. 30-25, 30-25, and 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision. Wow, 30-25s. That is insane. Great job by Brady. 2 30-25s and a 30-27 unanimous decision for Brady, joining King Green in the win column on this main card here so far tonight. And we got Volkov versus Cortez-Aosta coming up next. But, I mean, Joe Rogan giving Brady his flowers as Brady goes to 19-2 with the victory. Need some more coconut water. 5 times more hydrating than regular water, by the way. I need that after that fight. Brady, man, no one can hold him down. He says, I deserve to be in the top 5. Had the one misstep against Morales, but you'll see. I think Brady goes into the top 5 now. Who do you see next for Brady? That's going to be interesting. Let me see. Bilal Muhammad, Jack Della Maddalena just fell 3 spots to number 4. How about Brady and Della Maddalena? Jack would not love that all that much. Morales up there at number 3, Prates at 2, Machado Gary at number 1, and of course the champion, Islam Makhachev. Prates just destroyed Della Maddalena. That was an ass whooping. I mean, an ass whooping. Wow, if you watch that fight. But Brady setting PRs for ground control time, significant strikes, and Buckley just pummel. Well, I don't think I've seen Buckley get manhandled like that for an entire fight. His takedown defense is better than that, but he kept throwing kicks with the left leg. Every time he threw a kick, Brady was ready for it and caught it on the way there. Incredible job by Sean Brady, the winner for the 19th time. Rogan taking his obligatory picture with the team. Oh, the Jersey Shorecast. We know we're living in a simulation. How about Mikey Musumeci's there? He's a UFC BJJ competitor now, former one championship guy. Mauricio Ruffy, you see what he just did to Michael Chandler? That was gangster. And I like Mike. I've known Mike forever. And how about Paulo Costa rejuvenating his career? Shout out to Paulo and the captain, Eric Albarracin. Oh, Diego Lopez in the house tonight. Charles Dubronx Oliveira, the grappling BMF. Former lightweight champion, and now they're going to run a UFC Freedom 250 promo. It was pretty cool seeing the fighters in the Oval Office with President Trump, though. No matter how you feel about politics, big moment for the fighters just to be in that building, right? And to do the face-offs that they did on the lawn, right where the cage is going to be. I mean, it's going to be a fun week, no doubt. It is going to be a very, very fun week.
We just posted our poll, Josh Hokett versus Alex Pereira. Who do you get?
Oh, boy. Who do you have, Scott?
Ask me after
right? Has to be.
Don. He looks so freaking fat. I don't know how comfortable you can be in that body.
In Hokett's body? Or Pereira?
Pereira. A lot of extra weight.
A lot of extra weight. He says he'll be ripped, though, by the time the fight comes. He's got a little over a month, right?
It's a lot of extra weight to be carrying. I mean, this is a whole new thing. Right now, to be honest, I would probably go with Hokett.
Wow. And Pereira's going to fight Ciro Gane. So 36 total career finishes for Topuria and Gaethje. And Topuria, man, what a great fighter. But Justin Gaethje, man, if you see the two of them next to each other and you saw that face-off, a lot of people put money on Gaethje after that because he looked massive compared to Topuria. And Justin, who's 27-5, said he's going to get back to some wrestling. I've known Gaethje since he was 16 years old. I used to host weigh-ins for World Series of Fighting when he fought the Baboon, Luis Palomino in Phoenix. I would host the weigh-ins. My company hired all the promo girls. Right? They worked with Ali Abdelaziz and Ray Sefo, as a matter of fact, on all that. Gaethje, back when he used to wear the glasses, the original fighting nerd, before the fighting nerds. The highlight, Justin Gaethje. And Topuria, of course, with the 2 belts. And, I mean, just knocking out guys who have never been knocked out. And, you know, I still don't understand why Ciro Gane is on this card. It just irritates me to no end. I don't want to keep complaining about it. Or maybe I do, actually. but it just pisses me off. He doesn't deserve it. He shouldn't be there, and it makes no sense to me how he is. Obviously, the injury to Aspinall's eye, and Dana did not want to give John Jones the shot on the White House card. I really think he should have, Scott. I think Jones should be in that spot instead of Gane, and it should be the main event with Topuria and Gaethje as the co-main, and I'd feel so much better about that card.
Yeah,
so much better.
I do too, but
Meanwhile, John Jones just continues to the business model just continues. Jones just continues to go around the world living rent free in Daniel Cormier's head, just pissing him off everywhere they go. Come on, DC, break bread with me. Come on, DC. And DC knows, man, he knows. And that was my question, by the way, to DC in the Apex in 2020 in July. DC versus Stipe 3. I asked him, I said, hey, if you lose this fight, how much will it be to you to have the stigma? DC, all-time great heavyweight, but 2 losses to Stipe. Stipe was the better man. DC, all-time great light heavyweight, but John Jones. And he said, hey, that would suck. Well, guess what? It sucks. I don't think DC's worried too much about it because he's getting, those big checks being a commentator, but Jones just living rent-free in his head forever right now, and it is what it is. But yeah, Pereira looks like a different dude completely, man. He doesn't even look like him. Like, you have to look at him twice to realize it's Pereira. You notice that, Scott?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a whole new game for him.
Yeah, man. And we never know. We've seen this before. Fighters moving up in weight. Jones did it to heavyweight. Took a year, by the way, to do it, to put the weight on. Poaton's doing it in a shorter period of time. And remember, he came in as a middleweight, although a huge middleweight, just to fight Izzy. Had the 2 wins and the loss over Adesanya, who literally manifested and created the UFC career of Poatan Alex Pereira. This is interesting here. We got Waldo Cortez-Acosta and we got Alexander Volkov. And Cortez-Acosta is going to want to make sure that he literally does not try to take this fight the distance with his gas tank against Volkov. Volkov's really comfortable going the distance. He's tall, he's lean. The oxygenation process is real when it comes to a guy like Cortez-Acosta. True story about Cortez-Acosta. I called a couple of his fights on the way up. Rage in the Cage in Arizona, one of the longest running promotions on the local/regional level. I used to run production. We did a big arena show. We had 50 people working it with the LEDs and everything, and it was awesome. And Cortez-Acosta, one of the times he fought a guy named Wise Eagle. Shout out Wise Eagle from the Mohegan tribe in Connecticut, my home state, by the way. But Wise Eagle, okay, the night before the fight, he was smoking cigarettes, drinking beers at the pool with a sunburn doing cannonballs. You only see this on the local scene, right? Needless to say, he lasted about 14 seconds with Waldo Cortez-Acosta, who was a baseball player, I believe in the Dominican Republic, and he was kicked out of his minor league baseball league, where he was actually a really good baseball player. He was a middle infielder, ironically. Now he's a heavyweight, and the two don't really go together. But Cortez-Acosta was kicked out of baseball for literally popping up in a slide at second base and beating the hell out of someone. That was the end of his baseball career. Switched to MMA, and now he's got Volkov here tonight. And, Volkov at 37 years old. Cortez-Acosta is definitely on the rise, although he's no young chicken, no spring chicken at 34. Let me see if that fight with Wise Eagle is on. It was an amateur fight. No. First one they have is, the Adam Stewart TKO by a loss. That was boxing, I think. Adam Stewart's a boxer, but he lost to Dante Stone, and all these are in Phoenix, and I did some of these. So Dale Soapy, Dante Stone, Ruben Rivera. Yeah, man, Dale Soapy was a good prospect here for a while, and then Dale Soapy had a really big injury that happened outside. And he beat Daviante Jones, another friend of mine who he boxed. These are all boxing matches, by the way. But on the MMA side, Iron Boy MMA, rough. Yeah, man, I saw him a lot coming up out of the Arizona circuit. Lost to Marcos Rogerio de Lima in his third UFC fight. By the way, he beat Danilo Suzart by TKO in August of 2022 on the Contender Series. Then he came into the UFC. He beat Jared Vanderraad, Chase Sherman. But he put together a big win streak. Brzezinski, Arlovsky, Despain, Span, Spivak. Lost to Sergey Pavlovich. A lot of people have. but 3 wins in a row since then, including his last one over Derek Lewis, a TKO in round 2 at 314. Shamil Gaziev before that. So 19 fights, 17 wins, 2 losses, 9 knockouts for Waldo Cortez-Acosta. Let's call himself Salsa Boy. Megan O'Leary in the hot pink lace tonight up on the octagon, getting a lot of screen time. Dress is fire. Megan O'Leary's awesome, by the way. Shout out to Megan, one of the best in the biz. And to Joe Jitsu, Joe Benavides. And by the way, the Dominican Waldo Cortez-Acosta coming out draped in the flag. This one's really going to be a lot of fun, guys. Smash that like, hit that subscribe, ring the bell so you know when we're coming your way with more content. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease at MMA Weekly on social media. Give us a follow on X. X is going to give it to you. Give us a follow on Instagram, a sub on YouTube, Facebook as well. Huge numbers there. This is going to be fun. Cortez-Acosta is only 17-2, and I say only 17-2. It's a great record. But Volkov's 39-11, man. He's got like that Overeem record now. Remember Alistair Overeem with a record of 74, 67, and no, Overeem was more like, what was Overeem, like 45-13 or something? I don't know. But 39-11 for Volkov, ranked number 2. Costa is number 5. Huge opportunity to jump right in to title contention for Waldo Cortez-Acosta. He's trained at TriStar Gym with Georges St. Pierre. He's got the second active longest win streak tied in UFC heavyweight division with 3, the second highest significant strike rating among active heavyweights, and of course was season 6 of Dana White's Contender Series, coming off a big win over the Black Beast, Derek Lewis. Stands 6'4", weighing in at 264. He's got a 78-inch reach. Go gadget arm. Waldo Cortez-Acosta. And of course, he's a baseball player who had a good arm. What does that have in common with a fighter? When you can throw that baseball the way he could, it comes from almost the same motion with the lower body as throwing a punch. So as it would stand to reason, throw a baseball hard, throw a punch hard. You know what I'm saying? Which is why most pitchers win when hitters charge the mound. Like, you know, Robin Ventura, Nolan Ryan, for example. Or anyone who dared charge Roger Clemens. As Volkov coming out, and Volkov was toying with Cortez-Acosta at the weigh, and you saw that, Scott, right, where he just was resting his arm on his shoulder to show the height difference. I have a lot of respect for Volkov. He's been a boxer too, got a long reach, but 19 MMA fights, 17 wins, 9 knockouts, 7 decisions. But he can submit you as well. That was Cortez-Acosta's, by the way, record. I think I misspoke. I'm not sure if I did or didn't, but sometimes, you know, insane in the membrane. But here we go. Alexander Volkov, 37 years old, from Moscow, Russia. Mother Russia. His other nickname is Drago, like Dolph Lundgren, who's ironically not Russian, but played a Russian character. But 6 feet 7 inches tall, 257 pounds, 80-inch reach. It's not very often that Cortez-Acosta has a disadvantage in the reach department, but he will tonight against Volkov. And you think about Volkov, right? He's a 3rd Dan black belt in Sushin Gen, a brown belt in karate, a black belt in BJJ. He's been active since 2009, 50 total fights, 39 wins, 24 by knockout, 11 by decision. He's got 4 submissions. He's a former M1 global champion. He's got 1 of 5 Ezekiel choke finishes in UFC history, 2nd most significant strikes in UFC heavyweight history, over 1,100, and defeated Tai Tuivasa by submission at UFC 293. But obviously for Volkov, he's been on a little bit of a roll lately. Had the 1 loss to Cyril Gane by split decision in December of 2024. But other than that, he lost to Aspinall in 2022. And he's lost to Gane twice, by the way, but wins over Jairzinho Rozenstruik, Alexander Romanov, Tai Tuivasa, Sergey Pavlovich, which was a big win for him, a unanimous decision, and then Jailton Almeida, who literally took him down the whole fight. One of those fights that was really scored correctly because Volkov landed most of his shots and did most of his damage from his back in that fight after being taken down. But the judges scoring it correctly gave him a split decision win that Almeida did not like, but you know, Almeida doesn't have any kind of striking game whatsoever. And if he wants to, you know, go anywhere in this sport, he's going to have to develop that. And I know he wasn't happy with that decision loss to Volkov. Let's see. 2-inch reach advantage for Volkov, 3-inch height advantage, 6'7" to 6'4". He's going to obviously want to keep that distance, work behind the jab, look for submissions when Cortez-Aosta takes big shots. Cortez-Aosta plus 115, the dog. Volkov minus 135, the favorite. We are just about ready as Bruce Buffer hits the center of the octagon. The co-main, the big boys, the heavyweights throwing down in the center of the octagon, and we are here to bring it all to you live on MMA Weekly. Man, oh man, this is a lot of fun, and it's extra exciting to me because I know Waldo pretty well, and Volkov, the consummate professional. I'll never forget the Derek Lewis fight, International Fight Week with Volkov. Dominates for literally 3 rounds until the last 15 seconds of the last round and then gets knocked out by Derek Lewis. And that was the Derek Lewis moment where he said, "My balls is hot," after he took off the trunks, and Joe Rogan says, "Why'd you take your shorts off, Derek?" "My balls is hot." And Rogan goes, "I understand." Joe's responses are epic, man. I love it. Momentum for Cortez-Aosta for sure, but Volkov, one of the most complete heavyweights in the division, has worked his way all the way back up toward the top, maybe just one win away from a title shot. But man, Cortez-Aosta can outwork his opponents when they can't slow him down or interrupt his flow. But Pavlovich with a solid jab kind of showed the blueprint against him. And we'll see over 3 rounds, I don't think this one would ever go 5. To win by KO or TKO, Volkov plus 380. Cortez-Aosta at plus 450. The over-under 2.5 rounds is minus 240 over, plus 180 under. And Volkov's got a lot of fans, a lot of Russians in the New York area. And there's a lot of them there tonight. Mike Beltran, the ref. I love Mike, by the way. Shout out to Mike Beltran. Here we go. Volkov, long and experienced, a technician, the 80-inch reach, but Salsa Boy is loose, powerful, durable, dangerous when he gets comfortable. Volkov's got the braids and the rose. Acosta in the black trunks, blue corner. Start the clock. Volkov, red corner, white, tight trunks. Number 2 against number 4. Volkov's got a huge length advantage with the legs, too. So watch the kicks from Volkov, softening up the legs of the power-punching Cortez-Aosta. And Cortez-Aosta does not have the tightest midsection, which obviously does not bode well for kicks. But already Volkov is just launching kicks like crazy at Cortez-Aosta. Volkov wants to stay long, teeps, front kicks, jabs, control the pace, keep that breath work right, avoid brawling, double kicks there. And Waldo's got to crash the range, man. He's got to make him back straight up, which he's actually doing a little bit right now. Looping power, maybe a little bit of wrestling for Cortez-Aosta, who also has to be careful not to gas out early. But he's already eaten a lot of leg kicks, and he's not coming close with the strikes so far as Volkov throwing kicks and backing out of range. Heavyweight chess with KO consequences here on MMA Weekly. The third fight of the night on the main card, UFC 328 in New Jersey. Cortez-Aosta really looks a lot shorter in there than Alexander Volkov. He's breathing nice and keeping his breath controlled, though. Not taking any unnecessary risks like Jeremy Stevens telegraphing a punch that led to the takedown that led to his demise. Surprised to see him telegraph it the way he did. Volkov with some teeps now. That left leg looks like it's like a mile long, man. It's like you ever see a lion get kicked by a giraffe? That's kind of like what this looks like. Oh, Volkov snaps off a head kick and just misses the face of Waldo Cortez-Aosta. We got just about 3:05, almost approaching the 3-minute mark of round number 1. Who do you have in this fight? How and when? Cortez-Aosta hasn't thrown anything yet. Volkov very active with the kicks. Another big kick. Oh, here comes Acosta. Closing distance. Lands a right to the side of the head. Not a real big shot. But Volkov trying to bait him in, and Acosta saying, no. I'm going to keep my patience here, my wits about me, and stay behind my breath. Good job there. But he's eating a lot of leg kicks early, which could come back to take away his power later in the fight. Although it's only a 3-rounder. But still, heavyweights, man. That's a 260 pounds worth of force on those kicks. Even if there doesn't appear to be a lot on them, there is. There sure enough is. Still circling around each other. Volkov very active with the jab and the kicks, and both guys measured, very controlled so far. as we approach the 2-minute mark of round number 1, scheduled 3. I don't think it's going over 2.5. Cortez-Aosta looking to land the jab now against Volkov. Smart strategy. Come in, hit the jab, back out quickly. But you got to watch those pterodactyl limbs of Volkov. And if you're Volkov, you have to be careful with the kicks because they easily could lead to a takedown. Cortez-Aosta gets a hold of one of those long, wiry legs, but the right leg of Volkov consistently finding a home behind the left knee of Cortez-Aosta. He's 12 out of 15 on leg kicks so far. 80% success rate for Volkov, exactly what the plan was. And every time Cortez-Aosta gets close, Volkov backing on out of there, even when he's up against the cage. Very elusive and very nimble is Volkov for a guy of his size, man. And I mean his height. Obviously, he's lean and mean, right? Very lean. But he keeps throwing kicks and he keeps landing them, does Volkov. Cortez-Aosta unable to close distance and get close with the punches early. Oh, now he catches the kick. See, I said Volkov has to be careful. Cortez-Aosta just caught a kick, wasn't able to turn it into a takedown. Cortez-Aosta misses with the left, but lands with the right. Volkov ate it pretty good. A left hook and a right hand by Waldo Cortez-Aosta. Big numbers with us right now. Thank you so much for being here on MMA Weekly, UFC 328 live coverage. 35-second mark of round number 1. The heavyweight co-man Cortez-Aosta coming forward with a right miss, but a straight left. Finds a home right on the nose of Volkov. Let's see if some blood comes out on that one. Cortez with a beautiful left hook to the body. You can see Volkov kind of back up a little bit after that one. Those will take the wind out of you and a little bit more. And a little bit of redness on the lead leg of Volkov, who's now taking some leg kicks from Cortez-Aosta. Waldo's turned this round around toward the end here. Volkov staying active with the feet as we hit the end of round number 1. I'd have to say Volkov won that round. It's a 10-9 round. Does Waldo have a cut? The doc's in there. I don't see any blood. That was a little cut up in his eyebrow, but it's not really bleeding. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Nothing serious. Doc's in there taking care of it. And neither guy really has broken a big sweat so far. Volkov's got some redness on the nose and the face. But I have to think if you're Volkov's coaches right now, you're just saying, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Throw in those leg kicks, stay behind the jab, be patient, make him come to you, and when he does, make him pay. The savvy veteran, the all-around fighter, Alexander Volkov against the rising star and knockout artist, Waldo Cortez-Aosta. At MMA Weekly on social media. Give us a follow, make you holla. Volkov staring down Cortez-Aosta, pacing back and forth. Round number 2, let's go. Cortez-Aosta right to the center of the octagon to take that spot. Volkov coming out with the same strategy, throwing kicks, but Cortez-Aosta looking to close distance a little quicker here in this round. Nice leg kick from Waldo. Backs away from the jab. Oh, caught him with the right. Volkov better be careful. I think Cortez-Aosta surprised him there with a little bit of that reach. Remember, 78 inches. Waldo misses with a right. Volkov looked like he was going to shoot for the takedown. Ate an elbow for his troubles. Big elbow with the right arm from Cortez-Aosta that hit that left cheek of Volkov. Waldo looking to get that left hand, that jab into the midsection of Volkov. Landed a couple of hooks there last round. Oh, nice inside leg kick from Volkov with the left leg to the inner thigh of Cortez-Aosta. Does it again and eats a right for his troubles. It's been a slow developing heavyweight fight, not the slugfest that Cortez-Aosta wants. The distance strikes, 75% for Cortez-Aosta, 90% with the kicks for Volkov. But Volkov with 30 strikes and Cortez-Aosta with 23. A lot of circling, a lot of feinting, a lot of nothing right now between these two guys. Maybe fatigue starting to set in a little bit. Cortez rushes in with left, doesn't connect. Volkov happy to stay back and snap those leg kicks. And he's been doing that. That left leg into the inner thigh on the left leg of Cortez-Aosta, who returns the favor with a couple more of his own. And he's already punished the back of the lead leg of Volkov with a lot of those kicks. So look for that. Just kick after kick after kick from these two giant men. So much at stake between number 2 and number 4 here in the heavyweight division. With Ciro gone on the White House card against Pereira making his debut, with Aspinall the champion out. Golden opportunity here for either guy to fight the winner of that White House fight. I mean, honestly speaking, watching a fight like this just makes me miss John Jones more. I'm serious. Just levels, and these guys are miles below, and they're 2-4 in the division. By the way, shout out to Stipe Miocic. He and Sean Porter, Showtime Sean Porter. I called some fights in Phoenix last month. I did the MMA fights with Stipe and the boxing matches with Sean Porter. It was fun seeing my guy Stipe, the former heavyweight champion of the UFC, and hanging out with him a little bit a couple of weeks ago. Oh, Volkov snapping off those leg kicks. Cortez-Aosta really can't get close. He's trying. Oh, Volkov with a nice left hook and then follows it up with a right and then a jab. Oh, Cortez-Aosta got stumbled there, staggered. He's calling him forward, but he just got looped a little bit. I don't know if he's playing possum. I doubt it. He looks staggered there. What was the word I was looking for? Oh, nice combo to the body, though, by Cortez-Aosta. And now the jab from Cortez-Aosta opens up a cut underneath the right eye of Alexander Volkov. Pretty good fight. I mean, a lot of action, nonstop movement from two big dudes. Not a lot of fireworks, but nonstop movement, nonstop action. About 120 left in round number 2. Cortez-Aosta starting to breathe a little heavier. Volkov mouth breathing. Each guy trying to win the battle of kicks here right now. Oh, Waldo looking to throw that big right, not really having a chance to do it. 25-21 for Volkov, 17-21 for Cortez-Aosta in terms of significant strikes. So round 2 dead even right now. Oh, head kick from Volkov with the left. It hits the right temple of Cortez-Aosta, who backs off and doesn't seem to bother him all that much. He's still got that cut on the left eye. Volkov hits it with a punch, grazed it. 40 seconds left in the round. That cut under the right eye of Volkov is a little more serious than Cortez-Acosta's. Cortez-Aosta lands another big kick behind the lead leg of Volkov. And since Cortez-Acosta's been landing those kicks to the back of that leg, he hasn't been throwing it as much, Volkov. See, we got 20 seconds left in the round. Big left from Cortez-Aosta. Dodges the jab on the way out. Volkov lands the jab. 10 seconds left. This is where you sway the judges. This is anybody's round. Somebody's got to do something here. 4, 3, 2, 1, end of the round. I don't know who I give that round to. I had Volkov 10-9 round 1. That could be Cortez-Aosta. Very close round. Volkov landed a couple big lefts in that round, really staggered him at one point. Made Cortez-Aosta go, come on in. And then a big left-footed high head kick from Volkov in that round as well. So he landed the 2 most damaging shots of the round, but did Cortez-Aosta land enough to win? I don't see the stats yet, and they don't seem to like to show him on this network for whatever reason. Rather do those locker room interviews pre-fight. Are we really going to get Max Holloway and Conor McGregor, Scott, at International Fight Week, or are they just blowing smoke up our butts on that one? I wonder. Will they make the announcement?
Never fight in the UFC again. I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah, you have. I know. I just like to bait you.
It's not happening.
Yeah. How about next week? Allen and Costa, the main event. Round number 3, start the clock. Let's go. Volkov and Cortez-Aosta. Number 2 and number 4 at heavyweight. So much at stake. It's been a controlled fight. It's been a measured fight from both guys. Which of these 2 fighters, if not both, will start to get that sense of urgency here in round number 3? And you'd think it'd be Cortez-Aosta because Volkov might be up 2 rounds on the scorecards, which means Cortez-Aosta would need a knockout. But Henry Cejudo just tweeted 1-1 or X'd, whatever it is. Yeah, everybody seems to have it 1-1 like I did, so I'll go with that. And now we're in round number 3. And Cortez-Aosta coming forward a little bit more, the sweat pouring off. Real nice. But here's a couple other guys who had round number 2 for Volkov. But either way, it's looking like 1-1, anybody's fight right here in round 3, and so much at stake. Although neither guy has impressed anybody enough to really get a title shot. I mean, you're not going to get a title shot off a fight like this if nothing changes. But that lead leg of Volkov is bright red, and it's got big bruises coming through. Cortez-Aosta, timeout called. Was that an eye poke? What happened? Timeout called by Mike Beltran. Volkov bleeding from the nose under his right eye as well. Yeah, it was an eye poke. An incidental, I believe, eye poke. Clock is stopped at 3:52. And they pick back up with the action. Oh, he raked the face. Yeah. Now Cortez-Aosta coming in, trying to throw combos. Oh, yeah. Cortez-Aosta getting busy now. Volkov trying to fend him off. He's got blood all over his arm. It's dripping out of his nose. This could be the point where Waldo Cortez-Aosta starts to take control of this fight. Volkov trying to keep him off him with leg kicks. He's been doing that the whole fight. I see the Cuervo and the Monaco pads in the octagon. Anybody who drinks Cuervo, Monaco, or Bud Light, oof, New Amsterdam vodka, you're in for a long night. Better you than me. Blood dripping all over Volkov now, pouring out of his nose. The big Russian, bleeding like a sieve. Cortez-Aosta, obviously that makes you breathe out of your mouth. It changes your cardio. It changes everything. So Waldo's really got to get busy here. Lands a big right hand. He's coming at him. And meanwhile, Cortez-Acosta's right eye with a big black eye. Big swollen mouse. But Volkov is bleeding everywhere. And he's pasty white anyway. And he's got white trunks on. Oh, Cortez-Aosta with a right and then a left. A big one. Volkov's corner imploring him to use those kicks and the jab and keep him off him. I don't know if he can right now. We got 2:28 left in round number 3. Cortez-Aosta rushes in, lands a couple more. Now gets off the cage, back out toward the center, backing up is Volkov. 2 minutes left in the round, just about. Our clock's about 15 seconds ahead of the actual fight clock due to the stoppage. Volkov still trying to land those inside leg kicks. Cortez-Aosta trying to get in close for a takedown. Volkov hugs the back and pushes him up. Not really much of a takedown attempt. Now just pushes him back into the cage. Cortez-Aosta spins back around. Oh, big knee up the middle from Cortez-Aosta. Rips the stomach and the abdomen. Same thing of Volkov. Cortez-Aosta with a big advantage in head strikes. Body, Volkov, 12-6, and then 35-16 with the kicks from Volkov. But remember, it's not a cumulative scoring. It's round by round. Cortez-Aosta with octagon control. He's taking the center. He's stalking Volkov and hits him with another big right. The power not the same as it would be in round number 1 for Cortez-Aosta, who snaps the head of Volkov back with a stiff jab. And again, it bears to mention, there's only a couple inches in height difference and only 2 inches in reach. So 3 in height and 2 in reach. Cortez-Aosta, 78-inch reach, even though he looks much shorter than Volkov. Where the height advantage really is are the legs for Volkov. The legs are a mile long compared to Acosta, but the arms very close. Oh, Cortez-Aosta misses with some massive chin music. Under a minute left. What's going to happen here between number 2 and number 4 in the heavyweight division with everything on the line at the Prudential Center in New Jersey at UFC 328? The co-main still to come. Joshua Van defends his belt at 125 against Taira. Oh, nice kick to the leg from Volkov. And, of course, Sean Strickland looking to do what many people think is the impossible. Take down Boers. Not literally take him down, but beat him. The undefeated Khamzat Chimaev. Maybe take him down in the process. We got 20 seconds left in this fight. A big left from Cortez-Aosta. He's now stalking Volkov and telling him, come in the middle of the ring and fight me, boy. Let's go. We got 15 seconds. Oh, big combination for Cortez-Aosta. A right hand lands. Volkov is bleeding everywhere. Volkov still trying to throw kicks. We got 5 seconds. Well, Cortez-Aosta misses with a big right. Volkov is backing away, doesn't even want to fight at the end of the fight. I think Waldo Cortez-Aosta won that fight. Please tell me the decisionator, Alexander Volkov, didn't just back his way up into a decision there. Come on, man, as the numbers explode. Who do you guys think won that fight? 2 more fights till Khamzat. 2 more. Man, Joshua Van and Tatsuro Taira coming up next too. This is awesome. This is absolutely awesome. I'm pumped to be here with you. Jim Greaseober, call me Grease on MMA Weekly. What a night of fights so far at UFC 328. We had King Green submit Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens in the first round at 420 with a rear naked choke. Stevens telegraphed a right hand, got taken down. Then after defending and almost getting a Kimura of his own, he gave up his back and got choked out almost immediately. Sean Brady with one of the greatest clinics I've ever seen, between setting personal records for ground control time, more than 4 takedowns for the 6th time in the octagon, and setting records for significant strikes and strikes landed in his unanimous decision over Joaquin Buckley. And I'm talking, yeah, there was a 30-27, but there were 2 30-25s in there. Now we're awaiting the decision on Volkov versus Cortez-Aosta. Building looks packed in there, by the way. I covered many an event in there when the Nets used to play there, the Devils. Man, when I was working in New York, late 90s, covering the Giants, Jets, Yankees, Mets, doing sports radio in the Big Apple. UFC White House coming up, Freedom 250, June 14th, little over a month from now. Gaethje and Topuria, Gane and Pereira. Here they come for the official decision. Bruce Buffer has got it. Let's see. I think Cortez-Aosta, I say we go split decision here for Cortez-Aosta. The judges score the contest. No. 30-27, 29-28, and 29-28 for the winner. What? Volkov? No. 3 blind mice. See how they run. I don't understand this. I don't understand how anybody with eyes could score that fight 30-27 for Volkov. But, I mean, look, you call him the decisionator all you want, and this is what he does. I would never give this guy a title shot. Everything he does is a decision. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know. He's 40-11, though. Tie for the 5th most wins in UFC heavyweight history. He's got a big black eye. He's got blood coming out everywhere. Not the end of the world for Cortez-Aosta, but I'm not giving Volkov a title shot off of that fight. I'm sorry. I don't want to see it. I don't want to watch it. I don't want to see him in a title fight. He's about as unexciting can be, and I know that's not a word, but it's apropos in this case. Tom Aspinall can't come back soon enough, man. And hopefully Poatan, Alex Pereira, looks good at heavyweight. Otherwise, that whole division might, as promising as it looked a year ago, might be terrible now. Josh Hokett might have to save the heavyweight division, Scott. Hokett, the former wrestler who lost to Bo Nickel in the NCAA final, but just bludgeoned up Curtis Blades and ate a ton of punches in the meantime. He reminds me of another New Mexican fighter who had that same style in a much lower weight class, ate a lot of shots, but delivered a lot. Anybody know who I'm talking about? Anyone? Bueller? The Nightmare, Diego Sanchez. He's also from the Burque. Shout out to all my boys and girls out in the Burque at Jackson, Wink, and beyond. That is a tough city, man. The Tapia brothers, Johnny Tapia's kids coming up there. They're all boxing. Diego Sanchez, that's a city where you have to fight and scrap for everything you get in the Burque. I love the food out there, by the way. I love going out to Jackson Wink. I get some food. You know what I'm saying? In the Burque. But I don't know. Pereira, I would love to see Hokett just decimate Volkov. That'd be fun. But Hokett takes way too much punishment to have much of a career. The number of shots that he takes is insane. He ate so many big shots from Curtis Blade, a 260-pound man just ripping him. Action Bronson, the rabbi. I'm a hip-hop head. I don't know who Action Bronson is. Oh, Mozart. Josh Hokett. Yeah, Volkov won unanimous decision.
Did you think he won?
I thought if he won, it was a split. I wouldn't have been mad at that, but 30-27 is asinine. What do you think?
I was just watching it casually, and I thought he lost. But he keeps my parlay alive, so I'm glad he won.
Wait, your parlay's still alive, Scott?
Oh yeah.
So you had King Green and you had Brady and you had Volkov and that's right, because I told you I know Cortez-Aosta. So do you have Van next and you have
I
Strickland,
have
right?
Tatsuro next. I,
Oh,
I
you have
did not have
Tatsuro.
Brady. I didn't have him on my parlay.
So, okay. So you had 4 fights on the parlay.
And then Strickland.
Oh boy, that's the big one, Scott. That's the one that pushes that ticket up.
I have 2 parlays, one with and one without Strickland.
So if Taira wins, then you win that first parlay straight up, and then your house money in the next one.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome, man! Congrats. That means you can pay me more. Oh, you're not laughing at that one. Oh man, I love it though. You know what I mean?
I was trying to
so
push
much,
the audience cheering button. I couldn't find it.
it's so much more fun when you have action on the action, isn't it? It makes it so much better. So much better.
That's
It's not
naughty.
even close.
It's naughty.
Man, Van at 16-2. What made you pick Taira? He's 18-1. I mean, but he's the favorite in the fight. But Van had maybe the best year of any fighter in the UFC last year. He's got the second most.
But did he really win? You know that's in the back of his head. Am I really the champion?
Well, the arm injury, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the shittiest way to win. But when it comes down to it, I really picked it because I was scrolling on Facebook and some random person made these picks. And I go, that looks good to me.
I mean, imagine you throw a kick and you land on your arm and you dislocate your elbow and that's how you lose your belt. That sucks. That really sucks. But I mean, he looked really good against Royval. I don't know. I mean, look, Tatsuro Taira is no joke, Scott. I mean, I can see why he's the favorite and I can see why you picked him. 18 wins, 6 knockouts, 8 submissions. Is equally good on the feet and with the hands. 5'7", 125, like a blur from Okinawa, Japan, like Mr. Fuji, the old school wrestler. Shout out to Mr. Fuji. But man, just it's incredible when you think about the worldwide scope of this sport now. Dana used to talk about it forever, and now you literally have guys from all corners of the globe. And he has a chance, does Taira. Let's not forget how get it? How much pride they have in Japan. Well, where have the Japanese fighters been, Scott? You spent a lot of time over there in the Pride days. He has a chance to become the next great Japanese fighter in the UFC, and that is a huge, huge thing, as you know.
Yeah, that is big. That's yeah, we'll see. I think he has a good chance on this.
I did not think he was going to do what he did to Brandon Moreno. Now, is Brandon Moreno washed at this point? It happens fast. I don't want to say the word washed like that. I hate it. But, I mean, it happens. Father Time's undefeated. Did we get the Brandon Moreno of years gone by? Probably not. So how much can you put into that as Moreno might be fading? And maybe not, right? But maybe. And so that was at UFC 323 in December of last year in Vegas. But what a clinic Taira put on against Brandon Moreno. His last loss was a split decision. His only loss was a split decision to Brandon Royval that really could have gone either way in a fight of the night in October of 2024. After that, he beat Park Hyun-sung and TKO'd Brandon Moreno. He has wins over Alex Perez, Carlos Hernandez, but neither one of these guys has really fought the best of the best. I mean, Taira has fought Moreno, and then you could say Van got lucky against Pantoja, right? But is it lucky when he's the one who caught the leg and dumped him on the arm and caused the injury? I mean, you can't just call that all luck because he did cause it, right? It isn't like he slipped and dislocated his elbow. So we'll see. But I do know this, man. This is going to be a hell of a fight. This is literally going to be a hell of a fight. And then we got the big boys. We got Boers. We got Strickland. We got the Chechen Mafia in New Jersey. We got the all-American, crazy American Sean Strickland. That's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. That's coming up next here on MMA Weekly. What are you guys thinking about this co-main? I do know this. It's dizziness, man. It's like watching a karate match, right? You ever watch a karate match? Yes, Volkov won by unanimous decision. One of the dumb judges scored it 30-27. I'd give it, 29-28 I could see with Volkov winning the first and the third, but there's no way Volkov won the second round. That judge should be disbarred.
Probably
Chris Weidman going into the Hall of Fame? Yeah, probably a boxing judge, as they run a Zuffa boxing promo. This is where Dana's like, he's getting millions of views with Power Slap. He's got Zuffa boxing. He's got the turkey money, turkey a la shakies. I mean, good Lord, Dana. Come on. Did you see Dana on the Breakfast Club, by the way? This is something.
I heard he was paying
$10
million per episode of those Zuffa boxing matches in the Apex.
Unbelievable, man. Good for him. But when I'm looking at what Dana's been doing lately, he's been doing a lot of media for the White House card. He went on the Breakfast Club, which is a radio show and a podcast out of New York City, far left, I should say. And so the host, Charlemagne, who calls himself Charlemagne the God, should be Charlemagne the Dunce. Never been a fan of the guy. He thinks he is hip-hop, starts fights with rappers all the time. Never been a fan anyway. And he literally took the opportunity in having Dana White on to say, hey, can you tell your friend his approval rating? He's letting down the American people. Don't you talk to him and tell him what he's doing wrong? And to Dana's credit, he could have got up and snapped this little weasel's neck. But to Dana's credit, he kept his cool and said, hey, he's my friend. He helped the UFC. I don't tell him how to be president. And we got to wait a couple of years till we see the approval. Dana kept his cool, but they kept trying to bait him about Trump when he was there to talk about the UFC. And that's the problem with this country. Just because he spoke for him, just because he's his friend, doesn't mean he's on his cabinet, doesn't mean he's in the meetings on policy. Shut up and interview him about the UFC, stupid. Good God, that's the problem with people in this country right now. And I don't have a problem at 54. Bring it on, any of you. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm serious. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. You know what I mean? Just so what if Dana spoke for Trump? Dana's the president of the UFC. Who cares if it costs the UFC business? Why is that all anybody wants to talk about? Talk to him about the UFC. Who cares what his politics are? You people are making me sick in this country who keep doing that. On both sides, for that matter. There are other things going on in the world besides that. Many of them, every single day. There, I said it. How about this? Van and Taira coming up. The plus 135 underdog is Van, the champion. Am I saying that right, Scott? I hear Van and I hear Vaughn all the time, and it's like 50-50 on what you hear. I always go by John Anik, but I don't have my volume up, so.
I would say Van. Joshua Vaughn. I don't know, man.
Yeah. You say Vaughn, I say Van. Let's call the whole thing off. Oh, they just showed Pantoja's injury again. Neither, tomato. My aunt used to say tomato. Shout out to my Aunt Gretchen. She just passed away. My dad's last living sibling. They're all gone now. She used to say tomato. She was on the Upper East Side of New York, though. Fancy pants. Tomato. Would you like a tomato with your locks? No, thank you. I would not care for a tomato. Which I call a tomato, by the way. And sometimes a tomato. Oh, man. But I will tell you this about Volkov getting that win. No way on God's green earth he's getting a heavyweight title shot with that crap. There's no way.
We're going to end the poll. Josh Hokit, 39% to 61%. Alex Pereira.
I think Alex Pereira is going to murder the heavyweight division. I think he's going to beat everybody's ass. I really do. I think he's going to smoke everyone in the heavyweight. I don't think anyone can stand with him up there. There's no wrestler up there to beat him right now. No John Jones, which, by the way, by the end of the year, please, if Pereira wins the White House and beheads Cyril Gane, there's really no one else left for him to fight up there. Does anybody want to give would you give a squirt of piss for Volkov versus Pereira? No. And if Aspinall's not coming back, what are you going to do, Scott? I mean, you're going to send up the bat signal. Give me John Jones. What else are you going to do? We're going to see I'm telling you right now, this is my prediction. You may not see Conor McGregor, to Scott's point. I still think that's 50-50 at best, whether it's Max Holloway at International Fight Week or not, which would be amazing, by the way. But I do think we have a really good chance of seeing John Jones by the end of the year. Unless Josh Hokit murders Derek Lewis, and then you throw him in there against Alex Pereira to your poll. But I don't know, man. I don't think Hokit lasts 5 minutes with Pereira. I don't think he makes it out of round 1. I don't think anybody does in the current heavyweight division. And I think Pereira Jones is the fight to make this year in the UFC. The fight, number 1 in the UFC. What do you think of that one? Number 1.
I have to see him fight first against Cyril Gahn. I have to see how he can handle the extra weight. I think that's
if he loses,
a game
oh,
changer. I to be honest, like right now, I would pick Gahn.
You would pick so if Cyril Gahn beats him, the heavyweight division is waste. It's trash. It's gone. With no Aspinall, with Gahn doing that, and no one cares about Cyril Gahn. No one cares about Volkov. That will be a disastrous turn of events for the heavyweight division if Pereira doesn't go up there and literally behead Cyril Gahn on the White House lawn, which would be awesome because it wouldn't be the first time a Frenchman got. No, I'm just kidding. On American soil, come on.
You got some.
It wouldn't be the first time a Frenchman got beheaded on American soil.
What? So what? You must have had a French girlfriend that broke your heart.
Nope, no French girlfriend that broke my heart. I don't have anything against the French at all. Nothing. My kids are part French, Canadian. I have a lot against Cyril Gahn. Thing. Cyril Gahn's a dirty, rotten cheater, scumbag. He literally inserted his fingers 6 inches deep into both of Aspinall's eyes. Anyone who holds that against Aspinall is an idiot, Scott. Cyril Gahn literally, he bowling balled him, man. That's one of the dirtiest things I've ever seen. It's one of the most awful things I've ever seen a fighter do. And he just gets away with it, man. He's a dirtbag. He's a dirtbag. There, I said it.
You think he did it on purpose?
100%, yes. No doubt. Not even a 1/1,000,000th speck of a shadow of doubt. Yes, he is cheater. Thank you. And so I shouldn't be making fun of the French. I should be making fun of him. But I just made the Prince Charles reference saying that all the Americans would be speaking French for the British. By the way, what the hell's Prince Charles doing here? Get him out of here, man. No one cares about that dude. You and your bald son, just go away.
You just have the liners today.
I'm sick of it, man. I mean, aren't you? Who cares about Prince Charles? There's many other things to put on the news than him wearing a skirt.
Well, you know he's over here to try to get Trump to be in line with the New World Order. They're scared of him.
Well, they should be. I mean, I could say that the English should probably be scared of everybody. They're obviously scared of the dentist. Every person from England has brown teeth.
Well, the Brits have been handling the Ayatollah's money over in Iran, so it's gotten in the way of their business.
Uh-oh, can't have that. Can't have that. Here comes Tatsuro Taira on his way to the octagon. I love his name, Scott. He's got the greatest name in UFC history. Tatsuro Taira. Ha! I love him, man. The flyweight, fast karate. You know, you think about Jackie Chan and you think about Bruce Lee and you think about all these great karate artists. He's also a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. But what a striker he is. He's the first fighter born in the 2000s. You want to feel old, Scott? He's the first fighter born in the 2000s to fight in and win a UFC main event. First one. He's 26 years of age. Number 3 at flyweight, making his way to the octagon. He was a baseball player. I mean, there's some pretty good Japanese baseball players, I would say. Saruhara O, Hideki Matsui, some guy named Shohei Ohtani. You know what I'm saying? He might win the Cy Young this year on top of the MVP. That'd be amazing to win a Cy Young and an MVP in the same career. But, man, Taira is ready and poised to try to take this belt from Joshua Van. 8 wins by KO, 6 by submission. He's elite either way. He's got the highest top position percentage in UFC flyweight history at 47.7%. Third most wins since 2022 in the UFC flyweight division with 7. And a lot of people think, Scott, and you might be one of them. You love him. You picked him in your parlay. A lot of people think he's the best flyweight since a guy by the name of Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, who, by the way, is the greatest of all time in that division. Sorry, Henry Cejudo, but he is. Mighty. I love Mighty Mouse, man. But I think Taira, he's fast, he's crisp, he's clean. And, man, just really unbelievable in there. Walking bonus. And the speed, I mean, I don't know if anyone's going to sleep in this one. I doubt we'll see a knockout. We might see a submission, but these guys don't really hit hard enough. It's more of a volume game, but be prepared to be mesmerized by Tatsuro Taira. Man, he looks so young. I hope our kids aren't watching. I'm making fun of their whole ancestry on their mom's side. Well, half of it anyway. But it's their mom's side, so who cares? Ain't my side, man. What do I care? Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to my kid's mom and every mom. My kid's mom, my sister, my daughter. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Scott's mom. I have my grandmothers in heaven. Happy Mother's Day to them. Well, I hope they're in heaven. Based on what they taught me, they should be.
Did they get you good presents?
Always, always. But you know what? One grandmother used to always say, there's no such thing as the right time, dear, only right now. And that was one of the best pieces of advice ever. She lived to 98, by the way, drove a turbo till 95. And my other grandmother had her own apartment, 2 jobs, and lied on applications that she was 18 when she was 14. So I came from those types of ladies. They made it through the Great Depression, the Spanish, whatever pandemic they threw on us back then, the Spanish flu, made it through that. My one grandmother, her whole family died before she was 10 years old. The one who lied about being 18 when she was 14 was on her own. My mother tells the story when she got mugged on the streets of Hartford, Connecticut, as my mom was a little kid. And my grandmother beat the guy half to death with her shoe and got arrested.
Nice.
Yeah, so these are the ladies I come from. But they were elegant and classy at the same time, which is something we're missing in this world. To be classy and violent at the same time, but control the violence. Like Joe Rogan says, the best man you want to be is a guy who can wreck shit everywhere you go and just destroy people if you wanted to, but you choose not to because you're civilized. That's the kind of man I want to be. I'm not quite there, Scott. I don't think I could brutalize too many people right now. So I choose not to. Here comes Joshua Van. 6-fight win streak for the flyweight champ, the highest significant strike rate in UFC history, almost 9 per minute. He's a whirling dervish out there. The largest significant strike differential in flyweight history, plus 2.45 per minute for Joshua Van. And don't forget, we still have the main event coming up. He's coming off the win over Pantoja, the TKO in the first round, 26 seconds in with the arm injury. That was crazy. I remember that. That was our last show of the year last year. That was a fun fight card, if I remember correctly.
Somebody just asked, why is this shit taking so long? And they got to sell ads to get their money back.
Sell ads, sell out. The Yellowstone spinoff promos up the wazoo. The crowd shots of every jackass we don't care about. I'm on a roll tonight.
You're just filled with a lot of hate.
I don't think it's hate. I think it's honesty. That's the thing about it. Like, you remember what honesty is, right? Without sugarcoating things. Do we remember, but when we didn't have to be right down the middle on everything in PC on all this BS? Remember those days?
I feel like everything I'm told in the news is a lie. So I'm just kind of checked out.
On every side, right? This is the one when Henry Cejudo lost his last fight. Taira beat Moreno. Pantoja hurt his arm. And, of course, this is when Piotr Yan won the unanimous decision over Merab Dvalishvili to end the year. And Merab was kind of banged up coming into that fight. Look, they're even playing a commercial in between before the announcement. Both walkouts have happened. They're ready to make the fight announcement, but they have to stick a commercial in. Some tool with glasses placing bets in a bar, clearly not anything close to a real MMA guy. Bet on this. 16-2 for Van. He's a plus 135 dog. 18-1 for Taira. Minus 160 favorite. 5-inch reach advantage. 70-65 for Taira. 5'7" to 5'5". He's 26. And Van at just 24 years of age. This is the baby division right here tonight. A lot of Strickland fans in the chat, Scott, as our numbers go nuts. Make sure you subscribe. Pound that bell. Come on in the chat and say hi. Hit us with a like. Follow us on social media as we continue live with MMA Weekly's coverage of UFC 328. I am Jim Greasehaber. Call me Grease. At Jim Grease _ is my social media handle. We've been doing this since the pandemic. We've had huge numbers for years. No matter what they do, they can't take us out. We beat everybody with these shows, and they don't like it. But nobody likes getting beat. Nobody. What else do you have going on the social media channels right now, Scott?
Well, we've been killing it this week with all the crazy videos of, Sean Strickland saying this and that, and Khamzat saying he's a terrorist and going to take his head off, and it's been, and then Josh Hokett yesterday. Just
I think the most gangster thing in the world.
Stuff from every angle.
Every angle, and soon we need to figure this out, because we need to go live on more platforms, because our Facebook's killing it. If we can get this show live on Facebook too as we move forward, and just add to that, I mean, there's this new world that's happening. All the AI stuff is crazy. It makes it so much easier to push out content. But man, you hang around long enough in any racket, things change constantly. And did you ever think in 20 plus years, if I went back 25 years ago, would you think this world would be where it is right now? And you'd be doing content and AI, and it's crazy, insane.
Yeah, I didn't see the AI thing coming, but yeah, I just thought I'd be doing the same. I figure I'd be doing the same stuff till I'm 70. Now I'm questioning that.
Who's been around longer, you or Randy Harris? Shout out Randy, Knockout Radio. Love Randy out of Tampa.
I think Randy maybe a little bit longer, and I'm number 2. We're right there around the same time.
Yep.
Randy went to his first UFC before I did.
Okay. I love Randy. Randy's a cool dude. He's always been really nothing but nice to me. It's also the same name as my stepbrother, Randy Harris, who also lives on the west coast of Florida in Punta Gorda. 2 Western Floridians named Randy Harris. But Randy's tight with Warren Sapp. I have to question that. Sapp's not nice to anybody. I don't know how Randy got him. Sapp's never been.
Randy's kind of an ass too, a little bit. He can be.
Well, that's probably
why we get along.
I went to the University of Miami with Warren Sapp. We're getting ready to start right now. Taira looking to take the belt from Van, the co-main event, 5 rounds for the strap at 125. Remember when they were going to kill the flyweight division?
Oh, that's Vitor Ribeiro, a legend, as the referee. That's crazy. We interviewed him back in Hawaii like almost 20 years ago when he was fighting.
Start the clock, Scott. Here they come. White trunks, blue corner, Taira. Black and gold, befitting of a champion, to steal John Anik's line for Van. Now, look, the height advantage, reach advantage, a little bit on Taira's side. And what's going to happen here is Van's 16-2, Taira 18-1. The odds minus 160-ish for Taira, plus 135 for Van. But first flyweight title defense after winning it when Alexandre Pantoja suffered the elbow injury. And, oh, man, Taira with a big-time shot from across the octagon so fast. He's got the double leg sunk in. Picking him up, taking him for a ride, and right down to the canvas goes Van. This could not start any worse for the champion. 26 years old, already 8-1 in the UFC at 26. Taira has now taken down all 9 UFC opponents he has attempted to take down. This is how Taira wins the fight, getting to the back, turning scrambles into control, and making Van defend grappling instead of building offense. That's huge right there. Van wants to keep it standing, pressure behind combinations, and the boxing exchanges. And this is exactly where he did not want to be very, very early in this fight at 3:43 of round number 1. Van has the belt, but Taira, he might be the future of this division. As I said at the top, as we started talking about this fight, he might be the best flyweight since Mighty Mouse Johnson, the GOAT in the flyweight division of any promotion, anywhere in this sport. Went to one championship and won a belt there too after they traded him for Ben Askren. And by the way, shout out to Ben Askren, my dude from ASU Wrestling. I've been involved with Arizona State Wrestling over the years and hosted and emceed a lot of their banquets and things like that. And Ben was a coach there for a few years before he fought over at One and then in the UFC, and got to know Funky Ben Askren. And to see his recovery after the double transplant is just inspiring as all can be. And he's running again. I mean, the dude's just unbelievable. What a beast, Ben Askren, who took so much crap from the Jake Paul fight. Jake Paul saved his life by paying for the transplant. True story. Man, what an awesome story that is. Ben Askren, his family almost lost him, young kids and everything. Traded for Mighty Mouse. Oh, man, getting up is Van, but on the way up, he eats a right from Taira. Taira looks loose and fluid out there. Van's going to want to be compact and powerful with those punches, but Tatsuro so quick. Oh, Van lands a right, though. Tatsuro very quick on his feet. Gets in and out of range so fast, like a blur. Like flash. Look at that, man. In and out. Like a robbery. Oh, nice jab from Van, though. Backs him up. This is how Van wins the fight, but Taira's got to sit behind his jab. He's got the pterodactyl wingspan for a flyweight. Lean and mean. Lean and mean. Oh, nice stiff jab. They both connected with a Rocky Apollo punch, each one with a jab. Another takedown for Taira. That's the problem with overcommitting to a power punch against a guy like him. You can't dial back and try to throw heat. You have to throw volume, and you can't go for the kill shots, because as soon as you do, you end up where he is right now, which is on his back. Well, he's on his butt. Same thing. Pushed up to his butt, up against the cage. And Taira, I'd love to see him lunge forward with the shoulder right now, a la Conor McGregor. That seemed like it'd be devastating, but instead he's working to spin him around and put him down flat on his back, looking for the wrist control at the same time as Taira. 2 takedowns now for the Japanese fighter from Okinawa, looking to become one of the youngest champions in the UFC. The first fighter born in the 2000s to win a main event in the UFC. Now he's looking to become the first one to win a belt. Up on his feet is Van. Taira's still got the arms around his waist, though, as Van just slapping away at the side of the head of Taira to try to break the squeeze. That squeeze will just take the breath right out of you, too, as we hit the 40-second mark of round number 1. Chimaev and Strickland still to come. The main event from New Jersey. MMA Weekly live coverage, UFC 328. It's Grease with you. Scott on the other side. And another takedown from Taira. Chest to chest with the inside trip. And now he's a little bit off the fence, so he has a chance to work and circle around. Oh, and he's got full mount. Beautiful job by Taira. He takes full mount. That was like a blur. It was so quick. Van's in trouble. 10 seconds left in the round. He's going to get saved by the horn here. Taira unloading as the round comes to a close. What a round for the challenger. Round number 1 in the books, and the champion is fighting from behind already. Unbelievable round for Tatsuro Taira and for Scott Peterson's parlay. Man, Van doesn't know what hit him there. I mean, he's not beat up or anything, but the speed of Tatsuro Taira with those takedowns. A blur.
Yeah, the chat is against me. Over 20,000 votes, and the chat has Joshua Van, 87%.
Well, the chat might want to reconsider after that round. The chat might want to reconsider, because Tatsuro Taira is looking like, I mean, dare I say, a dominant flyweight. Dare I say, man, I want to see him against a healthy Pantoja, too. I don't say that. But wow, I mean, you look at what he did against Moreno, right? He's a ground fighter, right? He wants to be on the ground, but he's equally adept on the feet, and so fast, he TKO'd Moreno, the champion, the legend. Man, we're ready for round number 2. And here they come. 2 of 5 potential. Right out quickly to the center. Man, these guys are fast. I'd love to hear what Dean Thomas says. Yeah, it's important for him to start feeling himself. It's important for Taira not to start feeling himself too early, because he didn't do any damage to Van. Van's still sharp. Yeah, but Taira won the round, and he has to have built up some real confidence here. I love Dean Thomas, by the way. His reports from the corners are some of the best things we get in the UFC these days with this broadcast team. Now, I mean, Joe and DC are great, and so is John, but Dean Thomas adds a lot. Oh, look at Van really unloading here, throwing combos. Taira shooting right in again. Goes for a double, doesn't get it. Now working a single up against the cage. Single leg, of course. You know what I mean. Takedown. Van doing what he's supposed to do and keeping the weight back on that leg. Now he lifts it up. Taira's still looking for that takedown. Van with a couple of lefts to the side of the face of Taira, who's chest to chest. Underhook. Oh, he's got the underhook big on that side. And a big knee from Taira. The takedown was stuffed, but Van ate a knee, and now he pops his head back with a jab. Taira looks really good, putting on a clinic, but a big uppercut from Van, and now a combo. Big right hand from the champion. This is a round right here. I love these flyweights, man. This is awesome. What a fight. Looks like Van has kind of figured out the movement of Taira a little bit because he's connecting a lot more in this round. Another combo from the champion. Oh, and a jab pops the head back. He's landing at will right now. Taira better be careful. Now Taira's backing up. Tatsuro. Man, what a job by Josh Van. Saying, hey, this is my belt, man. You want to take it, you better come for it. Now Taira with a combo. A 1-2, as they call it. Oh, and he throws the jab, feints right in, and takes him down again. Beautiful entry from Tatsuro Taira. And now he's got full mount. Sprawled out over Joshua Van again. So he's laying on him a little bit, just kind of, you ever see like a lion laying over its kill while it's deciding what to do with it? That's Tatsuro Taira right now on top of Joshua Van. Like, I'm just going to lay across this animal while it's still alive and just take my time. What I'm going to do, catch my breath. That's kind of like what Tatsuro Taira is doing right now. And Van trying to sit up into the chest of Tatsuro Taira, who's got the legs wrapped around the lower legs of the lower body of Joshua Van. But Van has managed to escape the full mount, where he's now gotten his knees placed against the inner thighs of Tatsuro Taira to hold him back and avoid that posture up in that full mount. Good job by the champion there. Obviously, he's been working that in camp. Taira has all the patience in the world, but this is more than 4 minutes of top position for Taira, which is more than Van has surrendered in all 10 of his previous UFC fights combined. How about that? How about that from Tatsuro? And now he's got the legs trapped again, working back up to full mount, and he's got it. If he postures up, Van could be in trouble right here. We got 1:30 left in the round. Here he comes, posturing up, but Van's so strong in the lower body, flips him right off. That was some impressive lower body strength from the champion there. But, it's ground control to Major Tom right now. Nice elbows into the side of Tatsuro, though, from Van. We got 1:10 left in the round. Is Tatsuro Taira doing enough in top position to steal this round after he ate some big shots earlier in the round from the champion, Joshua Van? To his credit, started figuring him out. Tatsuro knew he had to get him back down on the ground. 18 ground strikes for the champion, 15 for the challenger. And Joshua Van, very aggressive from the bottom. Like I mentioned earlier, Alexander Volkov against Gelton Almeida, how he won that fight. Landing big shots from the ground. But Tatsuro's got an arm in guillotine. Oh, man, he's elite. He is elite. And now they stand up. Saw that he couldn't get a sub out of that one. Big right hand, puts him on his back. Tatsuro goes down, and he's getting pounded. As they stood up, Joshua Van just ripped him with a right hand straight from hell. Oh, man, what a shot. Oh, that was beautiful. Joshua Van with a 6-1 knockout ratio. He definitely got a knockdown there. Probably won the round. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Tatsuro Taira survives the vicious kill shot from Joshua Van. He walked right into it and got crushed. Oh, man, wait till you see this replay. Wow. Oh, the right eye is swelling fast, man. He got bombed by that right hand.
How did he survive that?
That was a kill shot, man. That was a Rampage Chuck Liddell kill shot. Wow. I'm guessing the way he survived that is it's 125-pound power. That, and he lowered his head a little bit as it hit, and it hit him here on an angle. So Lucky that he did. Oh, right on the nose, dead on.
Wow.
Oh, back, snapped his head. What a shot from the champion. You want this belt, son? Come get
1
some.
rounds.
Ooh, I think it's 1-1, right?
That's what I would say. But boy,
Wow.
that was one hit. Wow.
Credit to the champion, Scott. Credit to the champion coming back strong in round 2 after getting completely dominated in round 1. Not a ton of swelling on the eye of Tatsuro Taira. Lucky that was very late in the round. They could get the cold on it right away. That's and now Van feeling confident with the movement and the head movement, coming forward, throwing combinations. Tatsuro Taira right in for a takedown. I don't think he believes he can win this on the feet, and I agree with him if that's the case. Speaking of Tatsuro Taira.
28,000 votes. 87% say Joshua Vaughn.
Well, I mean, they might be right now. After round 1, I was saying they might want to reconsider. Oh,
Yeah,
nice combo, though, for
good
the
for that.
challenger. Ooh, man. What a problem on the feet. Nice jab from the champion. Tatsuro Taira backing up on the feet, and naturally so after taking that shot. Oh, nice uppercut from Van. Ooh, he's a striker. Really good on the feet. I'd love to see him box. Tied up at a round apiece, we have to think. Never know with, especially in a place like Jersey with judges there. Nothing's ever been corrupt in New Jersey, has it, Scott? Throughout history? Nothing. Woke up this morning, got yourself a gun. Oh, nice jab. Popped out the mouthpiece. Joshua Van is elite on the feet, man. Taira is really good on the feet, and he's not able to do anything against the champion. He's got to shoot in for another takedown, and Van has started to feel comfortable. His takedown defense is there, and he's throwing big combinations, has him up against the cage. The left hook backs him up and stuns him. Joshua Van on fire right now on the feet. Tatsuro Taira not knowing what hit him there. Man, he's tough. He's got his chin. He's bleeding. He's taking jab after jab. The blood is pouring out of his nose. His eyes swollen. Joshua Van taking control of this fight, stalking him, walking him down, combo after combo, head movement. Man, he's rolling, he's slipping, he's bobbing, he's weaving, he's floating like a butterfly and stinging like a bee. All the above. Oh, and the jab knocks him down. There's blood everywhere. This one's going to be over right now. Taira getting pounded out by Van, bleeding everywhere. Big shots from the champion. Taira is backed up against the fence, and he is bleeding everywhere. We still have 2:35 left in this round. A bloody mess. Joshua Van has completely dominated the second round onward. Oh, and Tatsuro gives up his back. Van's got the rear naked locked in. It's more of a neck crank. Can he finish it? Oh, he's got it locked in. He's got the triangle on. Nope. And Tatsuro breaks it. Wow. Man, he's got a crimson mask like a wrestler who got bladed. And he's still getting pounded with, man, Van has his back and he's hitting him with lefts. And there's blood, literally blood everywhere. And he's swollen shut. Wow. But Tatsuro Taira still tough enough to get up to his feet. Unbelievable. 150 left in the round. He's got no defense for the jab of Van, let alone the combos. Who now Van is, you got to be careful not to be overconfident, keeps walking him down. Tatsuro looks fine, other than his face, but oh, big right hand. Pops the head back. You better keep your hands up, Tatsuro. You're going to get face planted again. Wow. Look at all the dopes on their phones in the front row. You're missing a big time fight here. Wow, he's really bleeding. Turning on that faucet, man. Tatsuro got to start jabbing into takedowns. He can't just shoot recklessly for takedowns. He's got it. There he goes. Use your jab. You got a little bit of a reach. But every time he comes in close, Van hits him with an uppercut. Rocks his head back. What a performance by the champion. 4 for 4 in takedown defense in the round 2 on top of it, along with the clinic on the feet for Joshua Van. Wow, this is awesome. Oh, Tatsuro shoots in, double leg. Van stuffs it. Let's see, can he lift him up with the double? He's got it in. All he's got to do is pick him up and dump him down. Can he do it? Oh, did Van just stuff another takedown? Good job on the takedown defense. Has the underhook under the left arm. Oh, Tatsuro, relentless though. He scores the takedown. Not a full takedown. Oh, he's right back up. Right back up. So that's a takedown. but it won't be enough to let him win the round. Van's got a 91% chance of winning the fight now. 25 seconds left in the round, and Tatsuro Taira scores the takedown. A bloody mess, somehow surviving the onslaught. His second takedown of the round. But right back up is Van and the knee from Tatsuro Taira. Now Taira coming in behind the jab, trying to throw combos from distance. Nice left hook, grazes the champion. Joshua Van sitting behind that jab. What a clinic by the champion as round number 3 comes to a close. A dominant round for the champion, Joshua Van. So he's got to be up 2-1 now. Just a clinic on the feet, Scott. And he hit him with a knee right in the face, and it wasn't a knee to a down opponent. The timing was lucky. Tatsuro Taira was getting up. He had one hand on the mat, but no knees on the mat. And one hand, no knees means fair game. And then the jab just ripped him apart. Knocked him down with a jab, Scott. Planted him in round 2 with a right. Knocked him down in round 3 with a jab. And he defended 4 out of 6 takedowns. Maybe 5 out of 6, depending how they score the other one. Man, but he did not pound him out. And remember, when you expend all that energy throwing bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb, that can take everything out of you. But Tatsuro Taira, I mean, he looks like he got run over by a truck. And by all accounts, it seems like he did. We still have the main event coming your way. Strickland and Chimaev. Chimaev and Strickland, however you want to say it. Packed house in New Jersey for UFC 238. We're live on MMA Weekly. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease, right here with you. Oh, the action intense. Smash that like, the subscribe, the bell, all the above. And keep on coming back. And stop showing the Fanatics guy in the front row. Start the clock, round 4. Here we come. Taira has got to be less of a stationary target, man. The head movement, changing levels, throwing leg kicks. There he goes. Just spun him around with one. Oh, nice jab and an uppercut from Tatsuro. Walked right into a right hand, though. Better be careful. He wants to shoot. He goes for the double leg. I think this one is defended by Van, though. He's got the arms around the waist. No, he takes him down chest to chest with the inside trip. Tatsuro Taira, relentless with the game plan, resilience. You know, in these fights, the skill is there. They're both world class. They're both elite. They're both so amazing. And they're better at some things than others. And each guy has his own strengths and weaknesses. But man, you can never underestimate the heart of a champion. And both these guys have the heart of a champion, even though one of them had the belt coming in and one didn't. So it's not just Van strikes versus Taira's grappling, but Tatsuro's got that top position again that he's craved since the first round. But you can see that power and that mean streak of Joshua Van here in this fight. He's got to keep him down. And Van had 81% takedown defense coming in. I don't know how Tatsuro Taira has worked his way back into this fight, guys. What are you thinking in the chat? This is insane. This dude was literally about to be finished, and he's bleeding everywhere. He's swollen. I don't know how he can even see right now. And man, crazy. And a lot of people were predicting that a takedown attempt from Taira would lead to a stoppage because Van would catch him. And he did. He dropped him with the Reaper right hand in the first round, dropped him with a jab, but hit him with many combos and a big knee to the side of the face in round 2. And Tatsuro Taira has a chin that none of us knew he had until this fight, because until you don't know now you know, but you don't know until you know. And no one knew about Tatsuro Taira's chin until now. Well, now we know he's got an elite chin. Oh, Van better be careful. He's almost giving up his back here. If he does that against Taira, he could be in big trouble. Big, big trouble. Tatsuro Taira better do something here, or the ref might stand him up. Still to come, the main event next. Khamzat Chimaev, 15-0 against Sean Strickland, the former champion who's had 37 fights and won 30 of them. But now he's got that triangle locked in, and he's got top position, full mount, Tatsuro Taira. He's got plenty of time to do something with it. He had 302 in round 1, 230 in round 2, 11 only in round 3, and 214 in round 4. Oh, man, he's in trouble now. Oh, he's got the triangle. Okay, he gets out of the triangle choke. And now on the ground is Tatsuro Taira, and Van wants him to stand up. Flips up quickly, not wanting to get hit. And now he's on the feet, which is the danger zone against Joshua Van. Good job by Van getting up. But a lot of ground control time for Tatsuro Taira. But again, he keeps trying to bob up and down and change levels that way. And all he's doing is getting hit by Van. He's not going side to side at all, man. It's weird. He's getting peppered again right now. Jab after jab after jab. But what a fight. Both these guys relentless. More controlled is Van. But Tatsuro Taira, I don't know how he's doing what he's doing with the damage he's taking in this fight. It's inspiring, to say the least. How bad do you want it? That's so often what these fights come down to. How bad do you want it? Well, I think Tatsuro Taira is showing us right now how badly he wants to win this fight. But if he doesn't stop just moving up and down, he's going to get knocked out. There's such a thing as side to side, bro. Come on now. How about a little roll mixed in once in a while? Yeah, every time he bobs down and comes back up, he's getting crunched. Every time. Shoots for another takedown. Sprawl by Van. Avoids it. Oh, he throws a knee up too. But now Tatsuro Taira's got that single leg. Trying to work it to a double up against the cage with the shoulder pressed against the midsection. Van's got the underhooks in. This is a great fight, man. I knew this would be the fight of the night. You had to think this would be the fight of the night. Usually the elite flyweight fights are, if not the fight of the night, they're right there. Ryan Garcia, the boxer, even says, now this is a good fight. There you go. A really good fight. Got 10 seconds left in round 4. I think it's anybody's round. If Van lands a couple combos here, he could win this round. Tatsuro Taira smartly ducking away. 2-1, end of the round. How do you score that one? And look at the face of Tatsuro Taira. The whole face is red. There's blood squirting out of the nose, both eyes swollen. The young man is badly battered right now. Wow, but a nice round. I mean, I don't know how to score that one. It very well could be 2-2 right now. If we're 2-2 heading into the 5th of a championship fight, man, this is crazy. Joshua Van retook control in the second round, dominated the third after being completely dominated in round number 1, retook control in the second. Dominates the third, probably just lost the fourth, as it's been up and down, back and forth, the ebbs and flows of this 125-pound title fight between these two young warriors, the future of the division, no doubt. Something tells me this is not the last time we'll see these two in the octagon together, Scott. As we head toward round number 5, the championship round. Here they come. The champion, Van, in the black and gold. The challenger, Taira, in the white and the blue corner. And here they come. Oh, nice combination to start the round from Taira. And a kick, too. Joshua Van keeps coming forward, though. Taira's got to be very careful. Van has been hard to figure out on the feet. He doesn't always start with the jab. He'll lead with the 2. He'll lead with the uppercut. It's not traditional boxing by any means. And all Tatsuro Taira does is go up and down and up and down and pow and up and down and pow. He's got to throw more kicks. I don't know why he hasn't been throughout this fight. He's got the pterodactyl legs in this fight. He's got the length. And now he's got chest to chest. But remember, they're very slippery and sweaty now. Man, Joshua Van, most 100-plus significant strike performances in the UFC with 7 since 2023. As Tatsuro shoots for the single leg, pushes him all the way across the octagon into the fence, and he's going to work for the takedown from here. He's not going to want to let him off, but again, they're super quick, super athletic, and they are soaked in sweat. That's about one of the hardest things you could ever do, is get a grip and take someone down. He might have to win this fight on the feet, and now he's landed a couple combos, and Van too. Taira's got to get in there on the clench and throw some knees or something. He cannot box him, and he knows that. Still shooting for takedowns. Sprawl by Van, defends it. Beautiful job by the champion. 3:40 left in the fight. Tatsuro Taira has eaten so many shots. Now the jab and the uppercut, and a big right hand staggers him. Another one in the left. The referee calls it off. That's it. TKO. Joshua Van retains his belt, and Tatsuro Taira does not like the stoppage. I don't know why in the hell this referee stopped this fight. This might be one of the worst stoppages in UFC history. Oh, Cam Scatabo loves it, and Jackson Dart. Shout out to Scat, my guy from Arizona. Kenny Dillingham killing it at ASU. Scott, this is really controversial here. He's taking a lot of damage, but I don't think this fight should have been stopped. I really don't. I'm going to have to see the replay.
Yeah, I'd have to see the replay.
Tatsuro Taira got right up right away and was like, yo, what the hell are you doing? And that was my first thought. It's a lot of punishment, and the referee has to protect the fighters. I don't, you don't, none of us do. It's easy to second guess. I want to say that for sure. But man, I really hope AI gets rid of every official in every sport. Those would be jobs I would love to see taken by AI. Every ump, every ref, every judge, every single one of them. Bye. See ya. Don't need humans in there anymore for that. Humans make too many mistakes. Let's see. The jab, the right to the body, the left to the side of the face. Step back for a minute. The stiff jab knocks him back. The kick to the midsection. Wow, that's elite. Another jab, a right to the body, a left to the body, a big right, and another one, and then a left. Tatsuro, no, that's a terrible stoppage. Terrible stoppage. One of the worst I've ever seen. Look, Scott, the rights were big. They were big. Oh, and the left no, you don't stop that. No, you don't stop that. No. Awful. I can't wait to see what Dana says in the press conference after.
That was bad. And that referee, he's kind of a legend. He's a fighter. Vitor Shaolin Ribeiro. I mean, I can't believe he messed that up.
Yeah, no, usually like the guys are saying on the telecast right now, it's should have let him go. You know, the trend is it's a title fight, man. But the guy's got a long ways to go in his career, got a lot of fights left in him. You don't want to see him, I mean, and we've seen this before when guys take beatings like that, they're never the same. Never. I mean, just think of the years that Hall of Fame fight that's going in this year, what that did to Israel Adesanya and Kelvin Gastelum, their fight, the amount of punishment they dished out to one another and took from one another. But give credit to Joshua Van. He fought like a champion. He got dominated in round 1, although he didn't really have any damage. Came out in round 2, knocked him straight to hell with that right hand. I don't know how. I mean, just that alone, you don't stop the fight on Tatsuro Taira surviving that. Knocked him down with a jab in round 3. Started defending the takedowns a lot better, like crazy in round 5 when it was anybody's fight coming in. And Joshua Van put on a striking clinic, the likes of which we haven't seen at flyweight. Moreno's a good striker. More of a left hook guy with a great chin. But as far as the overall striking game, I don't think I've ever seen anybody at this weight class like Joshua Van. Tatsuro Taira is not happy with that stoppage. He's got a battered face, and he wanted to keep going. Man, oh man. I hate that stoppage. I really hate that stoppage.
Yeah, especially it was a war. I mean, he was getting lit up by Van. Van's stand-up was just lighting him up. But yeah, you can't stop it like that.
No, but that's a nice
damage and go through that much. You got to let the fight fully play out.
17-2 for Van, 7 straight wins, 1 shy of Pantoja's. Now you got to see Van and Pantoja at some point again, right?
For sure, you got to see that again.
This is crazy, man. This is literally crazy. What a job by Joshua Van, though. I mean, the stoppage notwithstanding, if the referee hadn't stopped that fight, I bet you he would have been stopping it about 30 seconds to a minute later. I have to say that because anybody with eyes saw that coming. But he said he was going to finish him inside of round 3, but man, he's tough, Tatsuro. Oh, man. Coach Daniel Pineda said, go to the body and finish him. As soon as I went to the body, that's what I did. It was the jab, but it was the combinations. It was the unorthodox striking. And I don't mean unorthodox as in a stance. I mean like leading with rights instead of jabs and leading with hooks to the body instead of, just very non-traditional boxing. And very dirty boxing, I might add. And that last left just literally depleted him, if you know the term, football term. It's when you hit someone so hard they just go ass over tea kettle. It's called decleating somebody. His whole family's in the cage with him right now. up there with Joe. I mean, this is the fight of the night. I think Tatsuro Taira should have been given the opportunity to go out on his shield in that fight. He earned it. Crap stoppage. Absolute crap. But we shall see. Wow. Joshua Van, 17-2. And he just keeps getting better. And what a test for him, right, Scott? I mean, you think about that, the way he was dominated on the ground in the first round, to keep his cool, to understand the fact that he hadn't taken any damage, to stick to the game plan, to not panic. That's all championship level stuff right there. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. Beautiful job by Joshua Van. The whole family coming in for pictures in the octagon now, as they should. One thing I love about Dana, too, is he doesn't always have to be the center of attention. He moves out of the way, gives the fighters their shine. Not like some of these boxing promoters, Eddie Hearn. I know, I'm just like fanning the flames there. There's Alex Pereira. He looks more like El Chapo now. He says he's going to be leaner, Scott. He says he's going to be leaner. I believe him. He's a G. He made 85. Come on. That dude made 85. Think about that. If that dude can make 85, he can lean up for heavyweight. Oh, look at the Freedom 250 belt. Nice. That's a beautiful belt. You ever think when the UFC, what is UFC 1 through 30 before Zuffa came in, and those guys couldn't even get it on pay-per-view anymore, and it was worth nothing, and it was going away, and they come in, Dana and the Fertittas buy it for $2 million. They sell it for $4.2 billion in 2016, and then it goes over $10 billion, and now it's under the TKO umbrella. And the UFC, which Senator John McCain used to call human cockfighting, is now going to be on the White House lawn. And it all started because no one wanted them when Zuffa bought it. And Donald Trump said, bring it to my casino for the next two. I believe it was 31 and 32, Dana said. And it led to, all these years later, this. I mean, Scott, no matter how you feel about anything in the world right now, that's an unbelievable story. Unbelievable. There's got to be a movie about it. From just about out of business and being called human cockfighting to having a huge card celebrating the 250th anniversary of America on the White House lawn. I think one of the most gangster things in the world, by the way, is that split on Chimaev's top lip, and he doesn't cover it with a mustache. He wants everyone to see it. He's a monster. Khamzat Chimaev getting ready. He's 15-0. He doesn't take strikes, man. He's got the least strikes absorbed. And then Strickland has got the third highest significant strike rate in UFC middleweight history, over 6.5 per minute. So what's going to give? Will Strickland be intimidated at all? What really happened in those sparring sessions at Extreme Couture? What did Eric Nixick see that he could exploit from Khamzat? Does Khamzat have the gas tank to go 5 with Strickland on the feet? Can Strickland keep the beast off of him and stay up on the feet? What will he do when he hits the ground? How quickly can he get up? These are all massive storylines heading into this fight. Chimaev versus Strickland coming up next, the main event. This has been a great fight card. By the way, so far, I'm going fight of the night, Joshua Van, Tatsuro Taira. Easy choice there. Nothing for Volkov and Acosta. Brady gets a performance bonus tonight for sure. So Van, Tatsuro, Brady, and probably King Green. That's what I would say. But now we got the main event coming up, and this is awesome. Khamzat Chimaev, the Chechen savage, number 3 pound for pound. Strickland looking to become a multiple-time champion at 185. Worked his way back the hard way. The crowd in Jersey loving it. They love some good scraps, right? I've really been excited for this fight, Scott, and I know your parlay's dead, but I mean, Sean Strickland can really strike, and he's got a great gas tank. His takedown defense, he's shocked the world before against Izzy and other guys. I think this is a much closer fight than most people have said that they think it will be. Man, and like being friends with a Chechen warlord who's like one of the worst humans on the planet. It's interesting here with Khamzat. His sons have been in his corner at fights. Speaking of, it's Kadyrov, right, Scott? Striking and wrestling. Massive favorite is Khamzat. Minus 575 is the highest I've seen it. Strickland, I'd have taken him at plus 425. That's worth a $50 bet. But what Khamzat just did against Dricus du Plessis in August of last year in Chicago, winning the title from a guy who looked unbeatable and who, by the way, has beaten Strickland twice by decision. I mean, and who could forget Khamzat dropping to his knees and literally picking up du Plessis multiple times in that fight, just picked him up. These aren't just takedowns. He's picking dudes up and slamming them down. They're not takedowns. They're slam downs from Khamzat. He sets records. He's all over him with the takedowns. He's a savage, man. Just ask Gilbert Burns, Kamaru Usman. He's beaten elite wrestlers. He's beaten elite grapplers. He's beaten elite strikers like Kevin Holland had no chance against him. Imagine what he would have done to Nate Diaz. Diaz would have died that day. Sorry, Nate fans, but that's true. And then what he did to Whitaker, just mauled a guy who's a legend in the sport. Du Plessis had no chance. The guy who looked to be one of the hottest fighters in the world, no chance. But Sean Strickland, man, keeps working his way back. Lost to Pereira and Cannonier, then Imavov and Magomedov. And I thought it was interesting. You know, he beats Adesanya, loses to Dricus, beats Paulo Costa, loses to Dricus again, both by decision. One of them split. But the TKO against Anthony Hernandez, man, oh man, Izzy barely survived against him. But Sean's a savage. I don't know if he has enough to keep Khamzat off him. We'll see. But that win against Anthony Hernandez in the third round was insane. He just went nuts in that third round. Wow. This is moments away from this main event. Strickland trying to do what no one else has been able to do. I still have a baseball post-game show to do later tonight. Oh, man, that split down his lip, man. That's like just looking at that scares me. I'm not going to lie. First defense for Khamzat. First defense. I mean, of course, all the stuff that happened this week, all the, hump your leg, all the things that Strickland said, all the talk of jumping and guns and all this stuff. I mean, they sold the fight. Numbers are out of insane on our show right now. So, hey, while we're waiting, and we might be waiting a while, who you got in this fight? Why? When? How? Who you taking? Who you riding with? Never mind who you think's going to win. Who you riding with in this fight? Khamzat? Who else? Who do you have? Hit us with it. Hit that like, the bell. Come on in the chat. If you love the super chat, we'll take that too. Appreciate you. A lot of Khamzats coming through. Oh, we got some Sean's though. Sean, Strickland. I'm Batman. Michael Keaton said that at a graduation last year. I thought it was dope. He goes, if you take nothing from the speech today, just hear me right now when I say, I'm Batman. That was awesome. Man, Chimaev's got to get to the legs and the body lock. He's got to do it. His body lock's about as elite as you could ever see in this sport. He's got to force Strickland to carry that weight. He's got to mix around, control damage, and not waste energy chasing a quick finish. Not strike with Strickland early, although I think Khamzat's striking is pretty elite itself. And here comes Sean Strickland out to the cage right now. I mean, he's got to survive that first storm. He's got to stuff some takedowns. He's got to get into the later rounds and test the gas tank. He's got to test him on the feet. I'm not fully convinced that Khamzat's not as good as Strickland on the feet, by the way. I'm not. I'm just not. We'll see. Time will tell. But he's got to keep that jab. How do you keep a jab? This guy's a savage coming at you a million miles an hour. I don't know if you can just keep him off you with a jab. He's got to be really careful with leg kicks. I don't even know if I'd throw him. Well, I mean, leg kicks. You always kick with your leg, but you know what I'm saying. Kicks to the legs of Khamzat. Just drag him into those deep waters and see if Boers wears out. What is the formula to beating him? I mean, if you look at Khamzat's record and you look at his previous fights, it was Kamaru Usman 3 fights ago. 3 5-minute rounds in Abu Dhabi at middleweight. Kamaru late into that fight, and he got taken down and ragdolled in that first round, survived it, started landing on the feet in round 2. We'll see if that's what Strickland does here. Former middleweight champ, second most significant strikes in UFC history, over 2,300. 12 wins by knockout for Sean Strickland. And he knows what he's up against tonight. And he's proudly and loudly carrying that American flag. He's got a lot of pride on the line here. And these two, again, they know each other really well. Khamzat sparred a lot and came in a lot to train at Extreme Couture, which is Sean's gym. So they know it. Well, it's Randy Couture's gym, but you know what I'm saying. Sean's home gym. Chimaev is the predator. Strickland is the problem. You can't psychologically break him. That's another big thing in this fight. Who will break mentally, if anybody? Who is tougher mentally, if anybody? A lot of questions coming into this fight. Can Sean survive the onslaught and the avalanche long enough to show that Khamzat is human? And can these guys stay ready to fight while they show these commercials before the intros? Man, this is so much fun. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight on MMA Weekly. 20 plus years in the game, the longest running independently owned MMA website, the largest in the world. We've been #1 with these fight companion shows for 6 years running. Huge numbers all the way across the board, no matter what they do and how they change. Of course, Khamzat's a huge favorite. If you bet Strickland, you got a chance to make some real cake tonight. But you're betting against a 15-0 machine, and the lights go out in Jersey for Boers, making the walk last for the first time as a champion. Khamzat Chimaev, who was in the blue corner waiting for Dricus du Plessis, waiting for his prey to enter its cage with him. This is why people love the UFC. It's the Roman Colosseum in the modern day. You put that octagon anywhere on God's green earth and everyone's going to stop and watch what happens. That's the biggest thing Dana had right from the beginning. No matter what sport it is, somewhere in the world they don't like it. Not fighting. Two people fight anywhere on earth, everyone stops what they're doing to watch, especially with the spectacle of the octagon. AL3, shout out Albert, on the wheels. Nothing like a UFC live event. And with everything the UFC's been going through lately and all the criticisms they've been taking, from Dana's politics to the fight cards not being what they should, to not wanting to pay the stars, to the crappy looking White House card without Jones or McGregor, and a lot of it's been deserved. Tonight has done a lot to reverse that in New Jersey. And this man walking toward the octagon right now is a huge reason why. Khamzat Chimaev, Boers, one of the greatest wrestlers and grapplers we've ever seen in the octagon, a savage. He won 2 fights in 10 days during the pandemic, 3 fights in 90 days at 2 different weight classes. And that was the launching point for Khamzat in the UFC. If you saw what he did to Dricus du Plessis, just takedown after takedown after takedown. He's number 3 on the pound-for-pound list behind Islam Makhachev and Ilia Topuria. And I don't know if, no matter what he does tonight, I don't know if he can pass him. But he has got the Jackson Fight Camp. He's got Sarukian in his corner. The longest active win streak in UFC middleweight division, tied at 5. He's got the highest top position percentage in UFC middleweight history. Anyone want to guess what his top position percentage is? I mean, 74.2%. I like that poll. That's funny. Chimaev to win by KO, TKO plus 275. To win by submission, he's minus 110. To win by decision, he's plus 300. Goes over and says hello to someone. I don't know if it's his girl or his family member or whatever, but someone. Being checked last second by the commission. Look at those ears. Nature's warning signs. A shark fin, a bear face, a wolf's jaw and tooth line, a lion's mane, and a wrestler's ears. And Chimaev's got the ears. He's got the split in the lip. He loves fighting. He loves getting hit. He loves just taking you down and having his way with you. And we are just seconds away from this fight. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. We're already 3 hours plus into this main card, and more than half of it has been commercials and fluff. Let's go already. Come on. Sean Strickland. Father was in jail, was a neo-Nazi as a teenager. He has reclaimed his life step by step. This man is the epitome of a fighter. But will it be enough to overcome the Chechen savage, Khamzat Chimaev? He's friends with a dictator, a warlord. Gifts some Ferraris and things like that. Kadyrov, his sons have been in his corner. Everything about this man screams like he could be a special forces soldier, murdering dudes on the battlefield. And instead, he's in the octagon. And Sean Strickland knows what he's up against tonight. Oh, Khamzat looks dialed in. He always looks dialed in. This is going to be a lot of fun. 35 is Sean Strickland, 32 for Boers. Boers is 6'2", Strickland 6'1", both 185. Strickland's got a 1-inch reach advantage at 76 to 75. Although I will say this, I talk a lot. That's kind of the idea. Yes, I do. That's kind of the idea. He's at minus 490 closing is Khamzat. And Buffer coming in to introduce the main event right now. Man, this one has all the buzz. All the crowd on their feet. Everyone standing in New Jersey. The anticipation thick in the air. Eric Colon, Sal D'Amato, and Sue Sanidad are the judges. Herb Dean's the ref. We know he won't stop it early. Alex Pajera in the shot. He says Sean Strickland has a good chance in this fight. Poetan. Wow, man, this is crazy. And there's a ton of people in this cage right now making sure these two don't get at each other before the horn goes. That split in his lip is insane. That thing just gives me nightmares, man. But Sean Strickland trying to literally do the impossible here. Representing Extreme Couture, fighting out of Las Vegas. Khamzat did his camp in California. We've seen bigger upsets. It's almost impossible. Khabib did it, Jones did it, and the Matt Hamill thing is BS. But Khabib and Jones, undefeated. They're the only ones, man. Boer's looking to join him. He's at 15-0 right now. They don't fight as much as they used to, obviously. But still, and he's signed with Real American Freestyle. And every Olympic gold medalist wants a piece of him, too. Wow, I need to catch my breath and take a drink. Give me 1 second, guys. There's cops in the octagon. How often do you see that before a main event, Scott? Literally cops in there, like probably undercover special forces soldiers. There's a couple of monsters in there. $30-7, Sean Strickland. In Corona, California, lives in Vegas. Plus 380 as a dog. The final line for Sean Strickland. This is crazy. How awesome is this? The former middleweight champion and the number 3 ranked middleweight UFC contender in the world, looking to do the impossible tonight. Or is it impossible? It's only impossible until someone does it. Remember that. And as the numbers just go nuts right now, I want to remind you to hit that like button. Subscribe to us here. We love the super chats. Chimaev coming right into the middle of the octagon, waving Strickland forward as Buffer calls out his info, ready to call his name. Thank you for the super chats. Love you guys. Thank you. They're coming in now. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Scott lost his parlay, so we need the super chats now. No, but seriously, thank you. We do this for you, the great fans of MMA Weekly who have supported us so much and still do day in and day out. Numbers big this week. Thank you from us to you for everything, because we wouldn't have anything without you, and we know this. And man, we're getting close. Let's see this. Oh, right in the middle they come. Here's Herb. Oh, Khamzat daps him up. Good job, Khamzat. Good job, man. All right. See, the sportsmanship is alive. Smash that like, hit the subscribe, follow us on social media. MMA Weekly are the handles. They fist bumped each other. That's cool. Some good sportsmanship, a little laughter between the two of them. I like it. Biz is biz. You did a great job, guys. You sold the fight. Now it's time to be sportsmen. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now I want to see you tear each other's heads off. Let's go. Let's go. Get everybody the hell out of there and let these two at each other. Come on. The champion, Chimaev, 15-0. The challenger and former champion, Strickland, 31-7. They are ready to throw down, and it starts right now. Let's go. Boers in the blue trunks. Strickland in the white. Khamzat doesn't shoot right away. He's throwing kicks. Wow, he did not shoot right away. He still hasn't shot. Oh, and he punches into a takedown. Right away, takes him down. Right away. Instantly, Strickland gets dumped. I mean, it's that easy. He feinted. He's taken down all 9 opponents he's attempted to now. He feinted. He came in, following the right hand. Strickland ducked out of the way of the right hand, and Boers went right into the takedown. Now he's got him chest to chest with the shoulder digging in. Strickland seated up against the cage, and now he's looks like he might be getting up. Khamzat's got his back. Bad spot for Strickland. Boers looking to lean on him and bear that weight down. Strickland wanted to keep it on the feet. Whatever he does here, though, he wants Khamzat to expend a lot of energy. And Khamzat's so good at grappling, so strong for his size, and had to cut a ton of weight. So you think maybe the gas tank might be an issue later on because he had to cut so much weight. Strickland trying to keep his cool. Khamzat's got the body triangle locked around him. Strickland holding onto the arm to prevent the choke, but Khamzat's literally got the body triangle locked in. He's kicking the legs of Strickland, and now he's working for the back. And now he's got the back. And now he's going to start working for the choke. Strickland's got to get up here. He's got to get up here, and Khamzat's got that left leg completely just strangled, so Strickland can't even get that leg to the point where he could try to stand up. But now he gets it out. Got to get up. Got to get up, Sean. Got to get up now. Very close. Strickland up on one knee. Khamzat still has his back, though, working that leg around him, looking for the triangle. Khamzat up in the air on the back. Strickland rolls around, and now Khamzat right back on his back with 3:08 left in the round. Strickland looks comfortable. Doesn't look like he's in any danger of being subbed anytime soon. But again, Khamzat wrapped around him with the body lock, and he's got it right there up against the cage. Just exactly what we thought we would see Khamzat try to do, and he's done it. And he's done it in every fight so far. No surprise. Clock's at 2:41, 2:40. Strickland has been on his back since about 8 seconds into the fight. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Happy to have you with me here. This has been the biggest fight of the year so far. The buildup has been insane. Even bigger than the White House card. You kind of saw it coming when you saw these two. And they almost didn't let them face off, but Khamzat working different variations of that body triangle. Strickland trying to turn over and get him off him. And Khamzat still has the back. Strickland up on his knees. Khamzat on his feet, circling around him, looking to wrap around, spin around, and get that triangle locked back in. Take his back and yank him back down. But a good job by Strickland to stay on his knees, even though the arms of Khamzat with the hands clasped around the waist. Khamzat hasn't really tried to strike much from this position. If Strickland stands up here, Khamzat will be riding his back in the air. But Sean has not spent a lot of energy here, and he's got cardio for days. So Khamzat, maybe Sean concedes this round, doesn't let him choke him out here, and, not a lot of damage being done. Kind of like the first round of Tatsuro Taira and Joshua Van, where Van came back in the second round. But, man, he wasn't facing this dude. Trying to rip his face off. Get a neck crank on him. Yeah, Strickland's on his back now, but on his side. Khamzat should start throwing punches here. He's not even trying. He's got some windows there where he could really connect if he wanted to. Great round for Boers as usual. 1 minute left. Picks up Strickland and slams him right back down. Looking for the triangle again. Sean just fighting off that choke. Very calm, almost like matter of fact, just holding the arms there. You know what I mean? And Khamzat banged the bridge of his nose against the back of Strickland's head. He's got blood coming down it. And Sean's not going to let him get anywhere near that choke right now. 4:03 of ground control time for Khamzat with 35 seconds left. Looking at over 4.5 minutes if he finishes this round with ground control. Now they're both seated back against the cage for Chimaev. Uh-oh, he's got the choke close to being locked in now. 20 seconds left for Strickland to survive. It's not under the chin. It's over the chin. And he's pulling on Khamzat's hands. Oh, now it's under the chin. Now it's under the chin. He's got 9 seconds. Nope. It's out from under the chin. He's not going to finish him in this round. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And Sean Strickland survives round number 1. That's all he had to do. All he has to do is continue to survive. It's not going to matter what the scorecards say for Strickland to win this fight. I think he knows that. I think he knew that this would happen. I think his goal was to survive it, to expend as little energy as possible. He's got a gas tank for days. He wants to try to wear him out. And I think that's his best shot. Got a little bit of blood coming out of his eyebrow. It's like the eyebrow, a little bit out of his nose as well. Chimaev has a cut on the bridge of his nose. No, that's not blood from Strickland. That's a scar. That's a scar. I wonder what Nick say. He's going to shoot. Start timing your midline feints and stuff his chest is what Eric Nixick says. With a straight face, I might add. That's really tough to do, man. Again, number 3 on the pound for pound is Chimaev. First title defense for the middleweight champion. Duplessis at number 1. Strickland at 3. Mavov at 2. Brendan Allen's at 4, but he was in camp with Khamzat. All right, Strickland's got a scratch on his lip. Khamzat's got a little cut on his nose. We are getting ready for round number 2 of this championship fight at middleweight. Let's see if Khamzat starts to tire at all in round 2 or if Strickland's just playing the long game here. Here they come. Start the clock. Round number 2. To the center of the octagon, facing off. Khamzat trying to work the body with a jab, and Strickland lands with a right hand. Strickland being aggressive with the punches early in round 2. Controlled aggression. Khamzat's going to look to throw either a combo or a right hand into a takedown, and he comes in, and Strickland hits him with a nice left. Sean landing a couple of jabs here, and maybe you're right as well. The ground control from Chimaev, he's so strong. He could hold down a bull. Ridiculous, right? But he's pretty good on the feet, too. Sean can't underestimate him there. Sean ducks under a left, fires back with a right. Gray's the champion. It's hard to hurt this guy. But Sean's got to use those knees the way he is to stop those kicks from coming in. Watch the takedowns. Almost a minute into round 2 and no shot yet from Boers. Very, very much a surprise to me that he hasn't shot yet in over a minute in round number 2. But he keeps switching stances. Conventional to southpaw. Orthodox. Man. The hand movement for Chimaev up around the face, protecting him, it's elite. Strickland looking to find, like his striking style is so crazy, though. It's so hard to read, and a nice jab lands from Strickland. Another one. Keep him off you with the jab. Sean looks so calm and so relaxed in there, and he lands a nice right hand. 3:30 left in the round. So you keep it on the feet, and Sean's got a great shot. Oh, there comes a shot. Khamzat goes for the takedown. Strickland chest to chest, and Strickland actually ending up on top. Strickland's got Khamzat on his back now. How about that? Nobody saw that coming. Sean Strickland's wrestling's very good. It's defensive, but he now has top position on Khamzat Chimaev. We have not seen Chimaev on his back. This is crazy. Using his own game against him. Sean Strickland, never underestimate this dude, man. I'm telling you. A massive underdog, but he's got top position now. And he's got 3 minutes to work with, and he's in the center of the octagon. We'll see how good Boers is getting up. We know how strong he is from top, holding people down. How good is he getting up? So far, no good. And he's got blood all over him. Strickland just laying on him. Does not want to let this dude up no matter what. And again, Strickland believes he's got the stronger gas tank. It takes a lot to grapple. It takes a lot to defensive grapple. We've never seen Khamzat have to do this. He does have his legs out, though, and it looks like he's getting up. Yeah, he escapes. To the feet he comes, 2:20 left in the round. And now they jab and stand and trade. Strickland so calm, so poised in there. Man, he's got ice in his veins. Chimaev shoots a takedown, stuffed again. Strickland stuffs him again. Khamzat on his back. Strickland comes down, starts raining down punches on him. Look at Sean Strickland go. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. This is a great fight. Sean Strickland defying more odds against Khamzat Chimaev, who's bleeding profusely now from his nose. And Sean on top now. Pretty much side control up against the cage, digging the arm and the forearm and the elbow into the neck of Khamzat. Now working in to try to get the mount and just digging that bald head with the one-day growth and just grating it on the face of Khamzat Chimaev. And Khamzat bleeding from the bridge of the nose, probably from just banging Sean's head last round. But Khamzat has been on his back almost the entire round. This is unbelievable. Boers had never been on his back, correct me if I'm wrong, before. But remember, his weight cut was viciously brutal. And that could not, you know what I mean, work out in his favor in the long run, because you cut that much weight that fast. I've seen Paulo Costa do it. I've seen so many guys do it. Henry Cejudo. To have the kind of energy you need to fight a day later is vicious and brutal. You're basically sucking all the fluids out of your body. Daniel Cormier did it at light heavyweight. You're sucking all the fluids out of your body. Very discouraging for Khamzat right now. And again, he doesn't have the gas tank for this. He looks slower. He didn't shoot as fast. Strickland's in top control. Can Sean Strickland shock the world right now? Are you kidding me? This dude. Boer's on his back. He's been on his back almost this whole round. 30 seconds left in the round. Look at this performance from Sean Strickland. 233 and counting of ground control in round two after Chimaev had him for 444 of round number one. And Strickland landed a bunch of shots in this round. Khamzat's got to try to keep his gas tank now. Don't even try to get up. Just save your breath, literally. Under 10 seconds left in the round. Sean Strickland gonna finish this round on top of Khamzat Chimaev. Has a statement been made? Has the air of invincibility been cracked from Khamzat? Look, we've seen him in trouble against Gilbert Burns. We've seen him in trouble against Kamaru Usman. But Sean Strickland took him down and held him there. Holy shit. I didn't think we'd see that. Sean Strickland just continues to shock us, man. Khamzat all over him in round one. And I'll tell you this, Khamzat's got ice bags all over him. He looks like he might throw up. He's leaning over on the stool. Man, oh man, he's drinking water. He's breathing heavy. I don't want to overdo this. I don't want to, Lord forbid, hype it up a little too much, but he's sweating profusely. He looks exhausted. I didn't think we'd see this by the end of round two. I did not think we'd see this by the end of round two. And we have not seen this at all from Chimaev. We have not seen, he is legitimately tired and sweaty, and Sarukian talking to him now. But I think Khamzat's okay. But again, when you have not had something like this happen, and then all of a sudden it happens, it's kind of like when Khabib knocked Conor down in their fight. Conor never thought Khabib would knock him down on the feet, and it did something to him mentally. But Khamzat, when they were in an exchange, it looked like he just kind of fell down and let Sean take him on top. So now here they are coming back, start the clock, round number 3 of this middleweight championship. Strickland doesn't even look like he's broken a sweat yet. Nice and calm, nice and easy, not rushing anything. Khamzat really coming at him full bores. But he's got the head moving. He's moving all over the place. He's throwing everything. I think Khamzat might wear himself out. You better be careful. With that weight cut and everything else, he's throwing kicks. Now, again, this guy is a savage, and he's been through wars, and he's been through long fights, and he's been on the feet, and he's been rocked, and he's been in tough situations before. But I don't think I've ever seen him dominated that way and held down. I don't even think I've ever seen him on his back. 1-1 going into the third. Nice jab from Boers, pops the head back of Strickland. Sean cold, calculated, cunning, almost murderous, staring into the eyes straight ahead, not even breathing heavy. What does that do to an opponent when you see that across from you? Khamzat herky-jerky with the movement all over the place, sweating profusely. Strickland dry as a bone. Interesting fight, man. Interesting fight. Henry Cejudo called this one, by the way. If Strickland wins, I watched it on Pound for Pound with Kamaru. Shout out to my guy, Triple C. Kamaru didn't want to admit it because he lost to Khamzat, I think. But Khamzat bobbing and weaving, Strickland staying calm, cool. The shoulder movement and the elbows and the way Strickland sets up the jab and the strikes, so unconventional. Nice right from Sean. Khamzat has not attempted a takedown in this round, and we're at 320. When's the last time you saw that? And he's eating some jabs, and they're adding up. I don't want to call this too one-sided, but I'm a little shocked at what Strickland's been able to do. Khamzat's fine. Don't get me wrong. He's fine. Covering up, though, and the shots from Strickland are getting through. He splits the guard with a jab, hits him with a right. And Sean's head movement is fantastic to avoid the jab of Khamzat. And Boer's still bleeding. Sean's got to be careful, though. You can't get lulled into thinking this is a stand-up fight. You're still in there against one of the great and elite takedown artists in the UFC. But Sean Strickland hanging in there with the savage Khamzat Chimaev, 240, just about left in round number 3. And Strickland with a counter right, snapping the head back of Khamzat. Khamzat really leery of Sean striking. Still has not attempted a takedown in this round. We're at 230. We're halfway through the round. This guy doesn't do this. And a big right from Strickland. And the jab continuously getting through. Khamzat not able to land anything. Man, did you see the video of Strickland sparring with Pereira? Khamzat's not going to win this fight on the feet. I don't think. I mean, anything's possible. But he looks human. And not only does he look human, he looks beatable. And we haven't said that before. By the way, over 2.5 rounds, the over was minus 120. The under was minus 110. We are over. We are over. We're under 2 minutes left in round number 3. Strickland continuing to land the jab, and I think he's winning this round. Khamzat still has not attempted a takedown in this round. Has he ever gone a round without attempting a takedown? Wow. Tagging him with the jab. Nonstop, over and over again. Keeping him off him. Khamzat normally just shoots from everywhere so quick and so fast, and he's not doing it in this fight. He's not doing it. Strickland had that top position in ground control in round 2, and nothing on the ground so far in round 3. Under a minute 30. Still no takedown attempt. And Boers might be able to steal this round. And Strickland with a nice combo. The left and a right and another jab. Strickland putting a clinic on the feet. Khamzat, he's not too shabby on the feet either. This is a fun exchange to watch. Just stuck his tongue out at Strickland and the jab comes through. But hey, I know what happens. When you're acting like it doesn't hurt, it does. Strickland's eating a lot of jabs from Khamzat too. He's got blood coming out of his nose now. Got to keep that head and moving it back and forth. But this is a lot of fun to watch. Under a minute left in round number 3. The bleeding nose doesn't bother Strickland. He's got to be the calmest, coolest fighter in the octagon. Boers is bleeding a lot too. This is crazy. Strickland 18-5 significant strikes in round 2, 44-31 in round 3. I think Strickland's up 2-1. Not much time left in this round. 30 seconds left. Khamzat maybe could steal the round, but I don't know right now. Sean is fine. The blood's not bothering him. He's not even sweating yet. Khamzat with a big overhand right staggers him. Sean comes right back out. I don't know if he slipped into the octagon or into the cage or not, but we got 14 seconds left in the round. Sean trying to keep him off him. This is his round if he can hold on. Under 10. Khamzat coming strong. 5, 4. Strickland keeping him off him with the jabs. Dare I say, Sean Strickland up 2 rounds to 1 through 3. And he's bleeding, and Khamzat's bleeding, but Sean Strickland, things going exactly according to plan for Eric Nixick and the Extreme Couture team with the former champion, Sean Strickland, looking to become a 2-time champ at middleweight. And Khamzat Chimaev in his corner, immediately to the stool, immediately packed in ice. Meanwhile, Strickland not even sitting down. They clean off the blood. He's ready to go right now. This is really interesting. Khamzat's whole face is scratched up and cut. This is crazy. Who would have thought Sean Strickland right now would be doing this at plus 425? Wow, the crowd in New Jersey loves this. What a fight so far. Not one takedown attempt from Khamzat Chimaev in that round. Not one. Think about this, from Khamzat Chimaev, not one takedown attempt for an entire round. And he was held down for 2 minutes plus the round before. And Sean just gives him that wry little smile. Khamzat's got scratch. He's being very animated in there. He's smiling. And they dap each other up. This is a hell of a fight. Start the clock, round 4. Let's go. Yeah, baby. One of the best fights I've seen in a while. Khamzat holding his own on the feet, by the way. But Sean won that round. So calm and pragmatic behind those hands, Sean Strickland. Khamzat's dangerous on the feet, though. Very strong, very powerful. I wonder how long he's going to go before he shoots for a takedown in this round. He has not attempted a takedown or scored one. He hasn't scored one since the first round. Early in the second, and Sean reversed it. Wow. The only round he had not attempted a takedown since he fought Gilbert Burns, and that's a world-class jiu-jitsu artist. It's incredible. But now, some people are calling the third for Chimaev. Yeah, I know I'm calling Strickland for round 3. Oh, Khamzat's jab, though, starting to find its home a little more. Sean's got to be careful here. Mix things up. He's staying cool. So technical, Sean Strickland. Khamzat's starting to land more and more, coming more at him, more aggressively. You got to watch that takedown at all times. You can't get lulled into thinking this is a stand-up fight. But you never know, man. Khamzat might think he can beat him on the feet here and might want to do it. He's got great head movement, good defense. Sean's strikes, by the way, are not that hard. That's why he's chilling back there. He's landing and he's scoring, but he's not throwing bombs. It's very technical, very short with his punches. Doesn't want to try to wind up at all. Doesn't want to give him any window for a takedown. Plus, Chimaev has great leg kicks, inside kicks, things like that. But very much looking like the last round right now. As we hit the 3-minute mark, 2 minutes in. The champion Chimaev, number 3, Sean Strickland, looking to become a 2-time champion. Has not held the middleweight belt since January 20th of 2024 when he lost that fight to Dricus du Plessis, beat Costa, got another title fight against du Plessis in February of last year, lost that one, both by decision. Then he crushes Anthony Hernandez, and now here he is going toe-to-toe with the Savage, with the Warlord, with the undefeated Boars, Khamzat Chimaev, who has not attempted a takedown in over a round and a half. Wow. Head strikes, 97-55 for Strickland. Chimaev with the body 11-2 and the legs 7-0. But Chimaev is bleeding pretty badly now from the forehead down to the nose, and the jab from Strickland splits the guard. Khamzat lands the left to the body. A lot of movement now. Strickland continuing to circle. He's nowhere near as stationary as he was last round. But Chimaev's odds have shrunk to -200, while Strickland is now at +155. Sean's bleeding from the bridge of his nose and from out of his nose. Khamzat lands another jab. Sean lands a counter left. Sean just continuing to jab, jab, jab. This is a boxing clinic from Strickland. Remember, I told you earlier, I've seen him spar heavyweight boxing champions. I've seen that many times from him. Khamzat's still not even thinking of a takedown. They're going toe-to-toe in the center of the octagon right now. Trading jabs, trading combos. Neither one of them throwing them very hard as we hit the minute 30. I had Boris looking to throw some. That was an angry combo, but nothing landed. This is so much fun to watch. What a fight. Chimaev and Strickland, main event. What a card. What a night. Tatsuro, Taira, and Joshua Van, and now this. Man. Clinic by Sean Brady. This is a great fight. This might be fight of the night over the last one. And I didn't think I'd say that. I thought we'd see a performance of the night in this fight, but I don't know about fight of the night. But Sean Strickland is less than a minute away from going the distance. And finally, Chimaev shoots, and he scores the takedown. Huge takedown with 50 seconds left. He might have just won this round. He better be careful. Sean's got to be careful. 3 out of 5 on takedowns for Chimaev. His first one since round number 1 when he had 2. Sean's up on a knee. Chimaev trying to throw knees. Chimaev's got the body lock on him. 30 seconds left in round 4. No submission attempt yet from Khamzat, But he did land the takedown, and that might be enough to win this round where they were pretty even Steven on the feet. Man, 13 seconds, 12, 11, 10. Sean's just got to survive. He's still not breathing heavy. He has managed to drag Khamzat into the deep waters we talked about. Khamzat probably stole this round with a takedown, but we are looking at a 4-4 fight, a 2-2 fight, heading into round 5. Wow. 4th round in the books. Sean's nose got to be broken. It's bleeding everywhere from the bridge and coming out of it. Giving up that takedown late, not getting that chest down low enough, easy for me to say, might have just given up that round. And depending how the judges scored the 3rd, Khamzat could be up 3-1 or it's 2-2. But either way, these are the deep waters we talked about. These are where Sean Strickland has shined the most. These are the times when he's been able to dig deeper with that legendary gas tank of his. Late in the 3rd round against Anthony Hernandez with the TKO. The fights against Duplessis where he came on late, where he pummeled Israel Adesanya and Paulo Costa, each of whom barely survived late in his fights against them because of that gas tank, because of the skill level, because of that calm inner demeanor. Khamzat's just restless. He can't wait to get back out there. He's been bathed in ice between every round. He's breathing heavy. Sean's a little heavy now, and what a fight. They just stare across at each other with the mutual respect, the warriors that they are. And we are getting ready for round 5. The crowd on New Jersey on their feet. They dap it up. Khamzat taps him on the chest and start the clock. Let's go. Round number 5. Mutual respect and admiration from these 2 warriors. Oh, and Khamzat right away shoots in. Is that a takedown? Oh, he's got Strickland's back, and he's got him up against the fence. That was so fast right away. And now Sean going for a little bit of ride, trying to stay down. This is not where you want to be. 4:30 left in this fight, and Khamzat's got Strickland's back. Now Strickland turns around. They're in the clinch. Underhook on one side from Strickland and on the other side from Chimaev. Khamzat loves to drop right down into a single or a double from here. That's what he's trying to do. Strickland dropping down with him. He's got to keep that level the same with chest to chest. Oh, and Sean turns him around. He's got the arm trapped, and he almost ended up in top position again himself like he did in round number 2. Strickland so strong, like Alex Pereira talked about. He's got almost a side headlock on Chimaev there. And Sean looking to stand up again. Chimaev's got the arms wrapped around the midsection of Strickland, and now they're chest to chest again, and Strickland about to push him off. Great job by Sean Strickland. Remember how sweaty and wet they are right now. Look at the numbers we have watching this fight. Let's go. Hit that like, hit the subscribe. This is the most fun we could ever have on a Saturday night in the USA. UFC 328, the main event. Maybe the fight of the year so far. Can Sean Strickland do it and pull off the monumental upset? Or will the heart of a champion shine through from Khamzat Chimaev? We're under 3.5 minutes left. They're in the center of the octagon. What they've done throughout the fight, trading jabs, trading combos, not a lot of heat on these punches. It's technical. It's scoring. It's amazing to watch these two. And Khamzat elite on the feet with Strickland. Beautiful job by the champion. They're both outstanding in this fight. They both came to put on a show, and I hope you and every UFC fan watching this fight appreciates it as much as I do, because these two men are absolutely incredible. Two of the most elite fighters we've ever seen step in this cage. The heart, the size of the heart in these two guys. And look at them going toe-to-toe. We're at 2:45 left, and Strickland's got to watch the takedown. Boers can steal this fight at any time with a takedown. Strickland knows it. If it's 2-2. And if it's 3-1 Khamzat, then Strickland's got to get a finish, and he's got 2.5 minutes to get it. Khamzat's gas tank looks pretty good, especially for that enormous weight cut. He's still going. This dude's an animal, man. He's unbelievable. Wow. Khamzat Chimaev, if he holds on and wins this fight, he's got to get out of this weight class and stop cutting like that. Oh, man, Strickland barely missed with a lot of heat on that left. He's got 100-plus significant strikes, Sean Strickland. 11. Second most in UFC history, too. Max Holloway with 17. Under 2 minutes left in this fight. Come on, can you believe this? Khamzat stalking Strickland. Blood pouring down both their faces, out of their noses. Oh, the jab from Strickland splits the guard. Khamzat rips the body with a right. Changing levels, dropping down with punches, showing that he might be going for a takedown here soon. Nice right from Khamzat. Lands on the left side of the face of Strickland. Advancing-wise, Khamzat's 44% to 6 and 42% retreating for Strickland. I think that's a BS stat. I'm just going to call it right now. Under a minute and a half left. Strickland throwing heavy volume. Boers shoots the takedown. Strickland goes chest level. Doesn't give it up. No takedown for Khamzat. He's got the arms around the waist. He's got Strickland up against the cage, looking to work him down to the ground. And Sean's so physically strong. So strong. Oh, we're hitting the 1 minute mark, but Khamzat's behind him with his arms wrapped around him. Strickland has to avoid being dumped down here. This would be the end for him. Under a minute left. Can he do it and get back up to the feet? This is so close, down to the wire. Strickland with every bit of heart that's left in him. Unbelievable. These two warriors just going strong to the bitter end. We got 40 seconds left, and Strickland pushes him off. They might finish this thing on the feet. Let's go. 37 seconds left. Strickland has outstruck him in round 5 and round 3 and round 2. This could be Strickland's fight. We got 25 seconds left. Strickland and Chimaev on the feet. A big right from Chimaev. He's got the crimson mask moving forward. Strickland lands again. Strickland looking to make history. The huge underdog with 15 seconds left. The champion moving forward, soaked in his own blood. Strickland has it pouring out himself. And these two warriors continue to trade shots. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, what a fight. Hug it out. Yes, hug it out. What a fight. What a fight. I think Sean Strickland is a 2-time champion and new. If Sean Strickland doesn't win this fight, we're going to have to examine this. Khamzat may have lost his belt. He's human after all. Sean Strickland in round 2 put Khamzat on his back and kept him there for over 2.5 minutes. And you could almost see it in Khamzat's face looking up at him like, what the hell is happening here? And man, they traded for the rest of the fight. Khamzat had another takedown. I got to see how the judges scored this. Man, what a fight. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Wow. There's a lot of USAs up in there. The numbers are big right now. We're going to have a nice night tonight. Thank you to all of you, by the way. Smash that like, hit the subscribe. It's our biggest numbers on the Paramount shows so far. And yes, we know Dutton Ranch is coming, for crying out loud. Let's get back to this fight and get the scorecards. No one gives a rat's ass about Dutton Ranch right now. Nobody, not one person watching this stupid promo cares one bit about this dumb show. We want the scorecards. Good Lord, man. What a fight. I mean, just incredible from both guys. Saruki and hugging Khamzat. The heart of a champion after that weight cut. Thank you so much for the super chat, Rest in the Shade. Appreciate all of you. This is the most fun I ever have in my life. Strickland with really good. I hope they bury the hatchet. I hope they just sold the fight. Another one. Thank you. I don't even know how much that is. I can't read that currency. What is that, Scott? Oh, man. Strickland landing big ones. Whatever it is, we thank you. But Khamzat landed a nice left to the body and a right upstairs. And he shot. I mean, were the takedowns enough? Do you count the advancing and retreating? There was a takedown in round 5. I mean, there's just so much. The round 4 takedown, but Sean getting up, the heart of a champion. And both of these men are champions, by the way. Once a champ, always a champ. Okay, significant strikes, 133 to 98 for Strickland, advancing 43% to 6% for Khamzat, 9 of 13 takedowns for Boers, and 6:04 of ground control time to 3:01. Did he win it on takedowns, or did Sean win it on strikes? And remember, it's not cumulative. It's round by round. Round 2, Strickland. Round 3, Strickland. Round 5, Strickland. Round 1 and 4 for Khamzat is how I see it and how a lot of people are seeing it. But did Khamzat win round 2 or round 3? Man, he's laughing. He's joking. A couple takedowns in that 5th for Chimaev. Did the takedowns win it for Chimaev, or was it the striking for Strickland? But either way, there is no loser in this fight. Let's see. Bruce Buffer. Oh, man, am I sitting on the edge of my seat. After 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Suzanne Sanadad scores it. 48-47, Chimaev. Salvador Di Monaco scores it. 48-47, Strickland. We got a split decision. Eric Colon scores the contest. 48-47 for the winner. And by split decision, and no! 2. Sean Strickland shocks the world. Are you kidding me? 2-time champion. They're giving hugs and kisses to each other. This is one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life. I love this sport so much. We needed this. Did we not need this, fans? Did we not need this fight? Did we not need this night? Did we not need Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev to rescue the UFC this year? Khamzat is putting the belt around Strickland's waist himself. I never thought I'd see that from him. Props to you, brother. Props to you. What a sportsman. What a champion. And Joe Rogan talking to the winner, Sean Strickland, right now, shocking the world. What an awesome display of sportsmanship, Joe said. For all the people who were worried about people getting jumped and guns and fights and all the stuff that was said. Oh, my God. Wow. He says, hey, I just want to apologize to my American fans, to my Muslim fans, and my Christian fans. I went too far and too hard. I'll admit it. I respect all of you. Chechen has great fighters. You're savage. He's a savage. I should be a better example, but I try to sell these fights for you. Hey, man, raw honesty from Sean Strickland. Well, Sean, you sold this fight in a huge way, and you fought this fight in a huge way. Good job, Joe. Get right in there and get him. How happy are you right now? Khamzat leaving the octagon without the belt. Man, he's not a happy camper right now. He's throwing his gloves in the crowd. Tough loss for him. One of the best middleweight title fights I've ever seen in my life. A perfect display of both guys giving every single ounce that they had. I think there's going to be a rematch, Scott. This is awesome. Sean Strickland shocking the world, man. This is crazy. What a fight. That's one of the best fights I've ever seen. Could never do it without you guys, my Christian fans, my Muslim fans, my white fans, my black fans, my brown fans. I love you guys. We are all Americans, and this is the dream. Congratulations, Sean Strickland. Wow, what a night for Sean, for Eric Nixick, for Extreme Couture. Sean Strickland, a huge underdog, over plus 400. Even through half of the fight, he was still over plus 200. The American flags are flying everywhere in New Jersey. Khamzat Chimaev has lost for the first time. He has been defeated in the octagon. And what a night for Sean Strickland. What a fight for Sean Strickland. The man who was forgotten as a child. His father was in jail. He was a neo-Nazi as a teenager. He was in the discard pile of life, the discard pile. And he comes back to be a two-time, I'm going to cry, a two-time UFC champion. I'm not going to cry because I love the guy. It's just the story, man. And I happen to know him a little bit, and I've seen him spar heavyweight boxers, and I've talked to the dude on a human level for a long periods of time and gotten to know him. And to see the sportsmanship at the end, the hugs, the kisses, Khamzat wrapping the belt around the waist of Strickland. What a night for Sean Strickland in New Jersey. It turns out he was right. He knew he could beat this guy. Alex Pereira was right. He said he could beat this guy. And now what? It's got to be the rematch. Sean Strickland, Khamzat Chimaev, and what is Dricus du Plessis thinking right now after the 2 wins over Sean Strickland? And what a night of fights at UFC 328 in New Jersey, man. Jeremy Stevens submitted by King Green at 420 of round number 1, 3 in a row for King Green. Sean Brady with an absolute clinic over Joaquin Buckley. 230-25 scorecards and a 30-27 for the UD. Alexander Volkov barely survives Waldo Cortez-Aosta. 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. Joshua Van was dominated in the first round. A TKO over Tatsuro Taira, a bad stoppage at 132 of the 5th round. And then this one, for Strickland with the split decision over Chimaev. And man, so one judge had Khamzat winning the 1st, 4th, and 5th rounds. The other 2 judges had Strickland winning the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, as I did. So I agree with 2 of the judges. And then the one who ruled for Chimaev, they had Chimaev winning the 5th, and the other 2 had Strickland winning the 5th. So the decisive round was the 5th round. It was 2-2 going into the 5th, as we said. It was decided by a razor-thin margin in the 5th round. The split decision, got to be a rematch, going to be so much fun. And wow, a 2-time champion. And when the rematch happens, it could go right back to another 2-time champion. And poor Dricus du Plessis is just going to have to sit back there and watch. But, man, what a fight. This should have been headlining the White House card. Dana White fumbled this one. The UFC fumbled this one. And I have never said that about Dana. They fumbled this one. This should have been the main event at the White House. No disrespect to Ilya and Gaethje, but this one had all the makings, and it should have been the main event. Man, what a night and what a fight. What an opportunity for us here on MMA Weekly to have you here with us on this night for this great fight card in New Jersey, and the main event, probably the fight of the year right now in the UFC. Absolutely amazing.
Were you surprised by the result that they gave it? That was such a close. I wasn't sure if he had done enough to take it.
No, I had him winning 2, 3, and 5. I said it right before the cards got read. I had him winning the 5th because of the outstriking, but the takedowns from Chimaev. So if this fight had been in Vegas, would it have been scored differently? Is this a Jersey thing with the judges? Because one of the judges was off all night. I had it the same as the 2 judges who scored it for Strickland. I don't know if I'm right. I've been wrong more than I've been right probably in my life, but I had it the same. And, man, I just wish we'd have seen the co-main go a little bit longer without that stoppage like this fight did. But 2 great, great fighters and warriors in there. Nothing but respect for both of them. We didn't know how Khamzat would handle adversity or defeat. A shining star on both fronts, a great and elite sportsman. For all the stuff they talked coming into this, the way that they ended up in the end, that was absolutely incredible. I really love it. And I can't believe I get to do this, to be honest with you. I can't believe we get to do this and we get to make money doing this. We get to talk to the great fans of this sport on nights like tonight, and especially after the last 2 numbered events, which were dog crap, and the White House card, which has been a disappointment from the moment that they announced it. We needed this, and we needed this in the worst way. So thank you. Thank you to the fighters on this card. Thank you, Sean Brady. Thank you, Joshua Van and Tatsuro Taira, those 2 young guys. What a future the flyweight division has with those guys. And thank you so much to Sean Strickland and Khamzat Chimaev for what they just did here and what they just gave us on this main event, on this night in May of 2026. Man, it just, as summertime comes upon us, just to see a fight like this, maybe we get the momentum. Maybe we get lucky and we get Connor. Maybe we get John Jones back this year. We got the White House card coming up. So the one thing I want to say is you can never, you can't ever stick a fork in the UFC and say it's done. As much as it's been criticized this year, the business model, this and that, you still got the best fighters in the world. And it was proven again tonight. Man, Scott, what a night. What fight. We still have a ton of people here with us now. We had a crap ton for a while with the fight, but still about a third of the people left just killing it. Strickland is the people's champ. Who would figure? The former neo-Nazi who says everything you're not supposed to say. He's like the guy who just gets away with it now because he's who he is. And it's like Charles Barkley. You're like, oh, it's just him being him. And Strickland admitted he went too far this week. And, he could make a lot of money as a champion in the UFC if he tones it down a little bit. He really can. He's got to realize who he is and what he is in this world now. But what a performance by Sean Strickland. Historically speaking, one of the greatest performances in a title fight in UFC history against an unbeatable, or so we thought, monster coming in. And that is just unbelievable when I think about that and I think about what he accomplished here tonight and what these 2 men just did for the sport. I don't know how long we're going to go with this, Scott. But, man, what an unbelievable night in New Jersey. And the 2 flyweights, what they did for that division, the excitement they brought, the damage that was done in a flyweight fight. Joshua Van's not human. To cause that kind of damage in that division, in that weight class, and for Volkov to outlast Acosta, that was not a great fight in terms of action, but a lot of skill on display. But as far as the co-main and the main event went, that's what the people come to see. 2 knockdowns in the co-main. We had just unbelievable action throughout all 5 rounds of the main event. So much credit to Khamzat for losing all that weight, depleting his body a little over 36 hours ago, and to fight like he did tonight, to have so much gas left in the tank late when so many people thought he wouldn't. The strength of Strickland, just unbelievable. And it could have gone either way. If Chimaev had won, I wouldn't be sitting here bitching. I'd still be talking about what a great fight it was. But Strickland won the fight fair and square, and he's the champion again. How's he going to feel tonight? How's that flight back to Vegas going to be? Unbelievable, man. This sport is the greatest sport in the history of sports. It really is. There's nothing close. There's nothing close at the highest levels with what these guys do. What an honor to be here and do this. Wow.
Well, I don't think I've been as excited to watch a fight for a long time. Tonight
that was incredible, Scott, wasn't it?
Magical.
We needed that. You want to wrap it up, or you want to keep going a little bit?
Oh, yeah, we could keep going a little bit longer if you want.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. I don't know if anybody in the chat has anything to say. Maybe we got some things we can bring up and talk about, but these fights have been incredible. And as I digest this fight right now, I want to see if I can find some things here, some numbers and things like that. Let me just real quick. I'm going to try to do a little post here. This is a lot of fun here. So, yeah, the articles are already coming out. Everything's coming. It's really just, when you think about it, incredible. Sean Strickland, a two-time champion.
I was really impressed with Khamzat and the way he lost, and he took that and putting the belt on and showing respect. Yeah, it was good to see, and from both guys to each other. And
I thought there was no way anything could top Van and Tatsuro Taira for fight of the night, but I think the main event's the fight of the night, don't you?
Jeez, they're both so good. They're both so good. And to be honest, I was a little surprised. I thought Chimaev was going to get the nod because it was so close. Is such a close that it came down to that fifth round, and like you said, I wouldn't have been. You can't be disappointed if it would have fell either way.
No, and you look at the co-main event and the main event, 5 rounds each fight. Now, the co-main didn't go the distance, but it went 21-32, and the main event went 25 minutes. So you're talking about 46 minutes and 32 seconds of the most elite fighting you're going to see anywhere on God's green earth is what we just got in the co-main event and the main event. You're not going to see any better fighting than that anywhere, and we got 46 and a half straight minutes of it. I mean, digest that for 1 second. 46 and a half minutes of the best action the UFC can provide us. That's what we got from these two fights. And, even the heavyweights, they slogged a little bit. There wasn't a lot of firefight action type in that fight, but still it goes the distance. And Volkov and Cortez-Aosta certainly didn't embarrass themselves. They fought well. Brady was magnificent. He's got to get a bonus. I don't know if King Green gets a bonus now because I think all 4 fighters in the main and co-main are going to get him. And I don't know if they're going to give 6. Brady's got to get one, so we'll see. But from what Brady did to Buckley, King Green was magnificent. Volkov and Cortez-Aosta was the worst fight on the main card, but it wasn't a bad fight by any means. And then 46-32 of the absolute best that combat sports has to offer, which is why the UFC still, no matter what, stands head and shoulders above everybody else. You're not going to get this anywhere else from anyone else. You're not going to get this in boxing. You're not going to get this from any other MMA promotion. You're not going to get it next week from MVP. You're not going to get it anywhere but the UFC. And that is Dana White smiling ear to ear, the cat that got the canary, because if I'm Dana, I come out, open my press conference tonight and say, "You effers happy now? Anybody got anything to say now?" That's probably how he's going to open it. If I had to bet, I might bet on that from the boss man. But he's kind of mellowing a little bit, I think, too, with all these things that are happening. But I almost still can't believe what I just saw from Chimaev and Strickland. Strickland fighting off the takedowns. He survived round 1 without getting choked out, being on the ground for 4:44, reverses it in round 2, 2.5 minutes of ground control, and then it becomes a boxing match for a while. And then in the 4th and 5th rounds, he's fighting off the takedowns. Khamzat ends up with 9 takedowns. There's the music. Oh, man, do I love this. I got the press. Wow, thank you so much for being here.
Take care of.
All right, go get him, Scott. I'm going to wrap it up real quick. Give me 30 seconds to a minute, and I will be done. What a night. UFC 328 on MMA Weekly Live. Jim Greasehammer, call me Grease. Smash that like, the subscribe. This is the reason you keep coming back since the pandemic. #1 in the sport. Strickland and new. Joshua Van and still. Volkov, Brady, King Green. all winners on an elite fight card tonight from Newark, New Jersey at UFC 328. We'll be back next week with MVP Jake Paul, Francis Ngannou in the co-main event, Mike Perry and Nate Diaz before that, and of course, Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano in the main event. And then next month, White House, Freedom 250, Gaethje and Topuria, Gane and Pereira making his debut at heavyweight. The summer is heating up. What a way to launch into it. Strickland and Chimaev, Van and Tatsuro Taira putting on a show for 46.5 minutes. Thank you so much for being here. Follow us on social media. Jim Greasehaber, call me Grease. Until next week, keep your game tight and your mind right. And thank you so much for being with us here tonight for MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 328.